Morena koutou councillors, and welcome everyone to today's council meeting. I will just open us with a council prayer. Lord, we meet to serve our community, to use our resources wisely and well, to represent all members of our community fairly, to make decisions that promote the common good. We recognise our responsibility to the past and the future, and the rights and needs of both individuals and community. As trusted servants, we seek blessings on our deliberations and on our efforts here today. May we act wisely and well. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Right, there are no apologies for today's meeting. In public forum, I am expecting the Pāhiatua men shed, but they are not here at the moment, so I'm just going to move us forward, and if they arrive late, we can go back to that. Are there any notification of items not on the agenda? There are none. Declarations of conflicts of interest in regard to today's meeting. Now, we will have a few with the contestable fund, so would you like me to run through those now, or should we just do that at the start of the contestable fund? Are you happy with that, Ali?
As long as we do it.
Yeah, so we will do that because I have some myself. Okay. Right, and now the next item on the agenda is we're going to receive a petition against the closure of the Dennyburg Information Centre. So, Alison, welcome, and if you just want to come up, there's a microphone in front of you. If you can pop that on, just so that everybody online and in the room can hear you. Welcome. If you like.
Thank you.
Ready when you are? Yep. Awesome. Kia ora, Mayor, councillors and staff. I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you here today. My name is Alison Amboy, and I'm here on the behalf of the many concerned members of the public regarding the closure of the Dennyburg Information Centre. In the weeks following the announcement, I started a petition to give our community a voice. I've been deeply moved by the number of people who signed, people who feel shocked, disappointed, and frankly blindsided by a decision they didn't know was coming. And while I acknowledge that the long-term plan consultation was advertised, nowhere in that process was the closure of the Dennyburg Information Centre made explicitly clear. Using broad terms like service, integration and rationalisation of assets without naming specific facilities fails the spirit of open, honest consultation. And although it has been said that the council is trying to keep rates down and that meetings were held with the Information Centre Society to assess funding viability, it's important to note that none of this was communicated publicly. This lack of transparency meant the community was never given the opportunity to explore alternative solutions, even voluntary support, that could have kept the centre going. With funding of around $60,000 per year, this is a relatively small amount in the context of council expenditure. It's also worth noting that the substantial loan distributed to Pukaha Mount Bruce Wildlife Centre could have been directed towards initiatives that directly benefit our local community. Even partial repayment of that loan with interest could have been contributed to the ongoing funding to facilities like the Information Centre. And now, with the new road opening, the closure of the Information Centre, which is in a highly accessible and visible location on Main High Street, removes the most obvious and convenient place for both locals and visitors to seek information and support. That central location was one of its biggest strengths. Furthermore, under the current restructuring, it's also disheartening to see that the council will not be seeking to retain the current employee. This sends a difficult message to the community about valuing the people who serve us for so long and so well. This centre has served locals and visitors alike. Its closure not only impacts our sense of community, but also access to basic services, especially for those without digital access. So what we're asking for is the council to reconsider this decision, or at the very least, to reopen public consultation with transparency and specific communication so our community has a fair chance to be involved in shaping the outcome. The petition, which has already been submitted, represents the voices of residents who believe they were not adequately informed or heard. I thank you for your time and for listening to the people who you represent. I look forward to seeing your response and what we can do to move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. Does anyone have any questions for Alison? Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Worship. Great to see you, Alison. Thank you for coming in. Just want to clarify, there are a significant number of names on this petition, but when it was presented in our report, there seemed to be a bit of a difference between the list of names and addresses from where they came from towards the back. Seemed to be a lot more detailed. The question I have for you is what guidance were those petitioners given about when they completed that petition around the city that they chose? Was that where they're supposed to live, or because there are a number of names on there that I know don't come from Auckland or New Plymouth or just round the corner. So
from my understanding, the petition was made online. So a lot of the people who signed, they saw it online and they could see, I guess, the importance of keeping it there. So yes, a lot of people were local. I had online and physical signatories. But with those people who are from maybe Auckland, New Plymouth, I mean, a lot of them were probably from online. A lot of my signatures were online signatures. So that's probably the reason why there's a differentiation, if that makes sense.
yeah, because the accuracy of, because so, I guess what you're trying to demonstrate is a number of out-of-towners versus a number of locals. But the accuracy of gathering their site of residence, I'm just questioning, because one of these people live around the corner from me and they're saying they're from New Plymouth. So
when they are online, I think it picks up on the phone.
Okay.
So a lot of people can say that they're
somewhere else.
Yeah, it could have been in Dannyvac, but it says Palmerston North, because I noticed that with a few names as well.
I knew there'd be a reason, Alice. I just wanted to clarify.
That's
thank
okay.
you,
Thank
Your Worship.
Okay, are there any other questions or clarification? Thank you for asking that one, Councillor Woods. Okay. No, thanks, Alison. I guess the one comment that I would make, and thank you for this, is that the decision that council made was to discontinue the funding for the information centre. It was the information centre's decision to close for that. So, but thank you very, very much for giving us that, and we look forward to talking to you.
Yeah, I just want to add just something. I understand that, of course, the decision was made last year, of course, and so I understand that, but it's just getting that communication out there, because like I said, a lot of people were blindsided by this decision, and so I believe that, it's our democratic right to start things like a petition and just get it out there to create that discussion. So thank you again, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. Right, now I think I have just spotted, if we go back to the public forum, Brian Dent from Pahia to a Men's Shed, welcome, sorry. We just started and I moved forward a little bit, just waiting for you. So you're very welcome to come up to the table in front of you. The microphone's already on and we look forward to hearing from you. I have done a little bit of work seeing what we can find for you, but not much luck. So look forward to hearing about the things that the Pahia to a Men's Shed do.
Yep. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you, Mr. Mayor. And I apologise, I'm a little bit late. I ended up at the wrong building. Anyway, such is life. The Men's Shed Association, they've now become sprawled across New Zealand. There's 187 sheds scattered around New Zealand. The logic behind the med-shed movement, which started in Australia in the early 1990s, was as an outlet, a social centre for retired men, about mental health and sharing skills, giving back to community. This is the second shed I've been involved with. I came down from Kawerau, had a very successful shed up there, and we were deeply involved in the community up there. And it's a very useful outlet for men. We can go and curse and swear and carry on, and everybody understands where we're coming from. We share skills in that particular shed here at Pahiatua. We have electricians, engineers, carpenters, and I found it a huge learning curve. I come from a horticultural background. I go and give a heck of a lot of advice to carpenters who have been around for 40 years. They really appreciate my advice. And so on. But we, as a group, have got involved with different community organisations within Pahiatua. We help where we can. We use the skills we've got to do things. We've just done up a few bits and pieces for the museum. We've repaired bits of furniture around the place. We've doing up an old truck at the moment for another champion. But the biggest thing we need is a permanent home. So far, this shed's been going for 5 years. It's had 3 homes. The current shed we're in, the building we're sharing, we will not get a lease for because of the people involved with the ownership, which is unfortunate, but it's one of those things. The wiring is suspect. We've patched the roof, we've patched the walls, we've fixed this drainage in the damn thing. We've fitted a toilet. But unfortunately, it's difficult to set up an organisation when you don't know whether you're going to stay there or not. We've invested what time and effort we can there. But it's the thing with men sheds, you can do these things. You can maintain buildings and look after buildings, and at no cost generally to whomever you get the building from. Now we've come to council because we plead our case. The men's shed movement in New Zealand, 67% of the sheds are supported immediately by council with buildings, just to encourage the growth. Our current shed has 13 members. I'm sure there's room for expansion there, but we're heading out the back. We haven't over-promoted the shed because of not long after we moved to our current position, the darn shed was broken into and we lost quite a range of hand tools and things, which was a bother. But the good thing about men's sheds is the community support for them. People are regularly ringing up and saying, look, my husband died, my grandfather died, we've got these tools that are now surplus, so you do get them refurbished. It's one of the saddest things actually, is going out. You see these beautiful workshops that have been loved and cared for, and sets of tools and things that are absolutely beautiful. And you think, there's a chappie's life interest and work there. And the other things are being cast aside. It's anyway. So we do pick up tools, timber, it's the things that comes in. We've got some blocks of oak tree that we were given last week. This week, some slabs of macrocarpa we've got to go and pick up. Hooray, great thing. I'm not sure we're going to be able to pick them up. But anyway, we'll go and try our best. But it's the community support that comes in for us, and we, as a group, give back to the community. We do it because we enjoy doing it. It's good for our health, and hopefully it's good for the community. And I'd like to promote the shed. I'm a recent member of Pahiatua, and I got kitted into chairing this group. Funny that. I poked my head up. Yeah, everybody had disappeared from behind me when the. Yeah. Anyway, so I'd like to get the shed out into the community more. A lot of the work we did in Kawerau was for people on limited incomes, and it was little things that people just can't afford to get fixed. Tradesmen, we don't clash with tradesmen. That's not what we're there for. But if you put a hole in the wall when you open the door, a tradesman, it's a use for him to come and fix, but it's an eyesore for the person who lives there. And we can go around there, patch the hole, cost them $20 for materials, a bit of time. They can afford to do it. We can patch the steps. I remember one job we did for an elderly chap up in Kawerau. He had wooden steps, 4 of them up to his house. Only 2 of them were still functional. He couldn't afford to get them fixed. He didn't know how to fix them himself, and he was so pleased when we could go and do it for him. And that's the input into the community. And I'm sure there's a big need around Kawerau that's untapped there of people, but it's the things you can do as a man shed, and it helps them, it helps us, and it helps the community. And that's the aspiration of men sheds. What we need is a home. You have a number of buildings around Kawerau. One, we had a foot in the door there earlier in the piece, which is the Pahiatua Youth Centre building there, but we were moved on. Anyway, we appeal to you. We would love to work with you as a council. We'd love for you as a council to work with us, and any support we can get will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming along, and also while you're here, thank you for what you did for the Pahiatua Main Street upgrade and the chairs and the painting that you appeared in there. So greatly appreciated by all of the communities. So I'll just go for some questions while we're here, and then I'll talk about some of the challenges. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship, and welcome. I'm the local councillor in Pahiatua, so I'm really pleased to see you here, and I'm really sorry what happened with the youth centre. Explore Pahiatua have actually just sold it too. So, but have you actually looked at anywhere that you might have in mind that is a council-owned building?
Well, you've got there's a big shiny steel shed down by the recycle centre that seems to be idle. We had approached the council 2 or 3 years ago over it, and it was at that stage going to be for storage and was unavailable. But it's still there. It's still unused as far as we can tell. And you know, that sort of building, it doesn't have to be of that size, but it's there, and we could make a home. Yeah, and I'm sure you've got other bits and pieces around town as well. And the thing is, it comes back, if we take over these buildings, it generally isn't a cost upon the community because, as I say, maintenance is part of what we are.
Thank you, Worship. Absolutely appreciate that. The men's shed has really been very popular in Pahiatua, and we have seen the results of what you do, and I know a few of the past members. There are a lot of empty buildings in the main street that aren't council owned. I don't know what the appetite would be for a landlord to allow somebody to use one of those, because the chances of them being tenanted, I would think, are very low at the moment. And they need quite a bit of work doing on them. So that could be an opportunity for a trade-off.
I have trundled along and chatted up a few. We've actually... we're a bit like magpies. We go and, scurry around seeking out things. We have got a shop front now down beside the bakery there, Rise. And we're just setting up camp in there as a window to put in some articles that you'll have an array of things in there come tomorrow, which we've done up to sell, but it's only a window shop. It's not actually a building. The people seem reluctant. They don't seem to want to give up buildings. We have tried. I have tried.
I think what would be a really good idea is if we get an article into the newspaper in Pahiatua, the Bush Telegraph. I think that would be really, really helpful. So I'll contact you and I'll see if I can tee that up with the journalist that works actually out of Pahiatua at the moment. I don't know how much longer they're going to be there, but if we can get something in there, I think that would be really, really helpful, because you never know who's out there that might think, well, actually, you gentlemen do so much good in terms of what you can fix. But I do have a question for you too. When you said about how you love to get out and about and you're doing things, I'd love to know how many of you've got wives that are really pleased you're doing it as well.
Well, we had a chappie turn up this week, and said to my wife last night, "Oh, another chappie." Yeah, she said she's been getting ready for a couple of days a week from under her feet. But it's a thing you see, blokes all over the place that, they're mooching around, following their wives. That's a fascinating way, watching them follow the wives around the supermarket. And you can see the look in the wife's eye as well. Yeah, it's a mutually unacceptable situation. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. And Brian, thanks very much for coming in. But most importantly, thank you for all the work that you do in the community. And, that's a huge part of the men's shed, obviously, of giving the guys something to do, but it's the output into the community which is really impressive. So thank you for that. Councillor Franklin's sort of covered the first part of my question of there being empty shops and some kind of a deal to be able to fix and maintain, but it sounds like you are very well exploring those on your travels. My other question, though, is, it is such a great cause. How is the men's shed going with external funding? There's different trusts and foundations available. How is the men's shed going with that? Is there a sort of an active push to be going out and fundraising through some of these trusts and foundations?
Well, we don't actually need a lot of money. It's difficult when you put an application, you've got to have a reason you're actually applying for money for a specific thing. And the building we're in, we actually apply because the wirings are pretty Mickey Mouse. We have leads running in all directions, and we tend to hook. So we applied to the Power Board Trust for a meter board in there, and they come and had a look at it, shook their head and walked away. They were but the main reason was A, we can't get a lease on it, and B, there's a bit of disputed ownership of the actual building. The fact that we can't get a lease, they weren't prepared to follow through with it, and that's part of the problem. Is if you're looking for things, looking for funding, the building we had up in Carborough, we were able to apply for funding for that because we had a lease. We had a 5-year lease with another guarantee of another, well, with an option of another 5 by 5. Yeah. So we could actually get funding for that particular building, and that's our problem at the moment. If we so unless you've got something you can say, yes, we want funding for this, you can't raise funds and you can't apply for funds. We are an incorporate society, incidentally. Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. The challenge that we've had in Pahiatua is really that we don't own many buildings in Pahiatua. The one that you have identified, yes, it would be absolutely perfect. The Chief Executive does have currently that is being used and has some future plans, but we will keep the other one as the old courthouse, which is a council building as well. However, I'm not sure how much dust and bits you have because they also use that for pottery and sculpture. Have you been into that particular building and had a look? Those are the only two, apart from the council chamber, that we do own. I just wondered, A, if you'd had a look at that one. B, the other one, there is 2 other men's sheds. So Ekatahuna has a men's shed and Dannyburg has a men's shed. Do you work together, or do you, as an organisation, do you prefer to have one close centrally in each town?
Well, it's the convenience of being where, in the town where you are. We've got, well, myself and another chap, we're within walking distance. I don't have to compete with my wife with a car who's off chasing craft groups all over the place. She could be watching this.
She might be
So there's
using
that aspect is, by keeping it local, you're A, within your community, and B, you're accessible. Yep.
So I think, look, it's been fabulous talking to you today. I think that the article in the newspaper and just seeing what else is out there, we'll keep chipping away at what we have got, and I'll talk to the Chief Executive. But I do understand that there are firm plans for that and that it is currently in use. But I do see every day the great work that you're doing, and we certainly understand the camaraderie and what it gives back to the community from all men's sheds. And I know I do feel your envy sometimes, because I have a look at the men's shed in Masterton, and that's another great facility that gets you a lot of use. So yeah, we'll chip away at it.
Right.
See if we can help you find a home.
Yep. Wonderful. Yep. Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much for
Thankful
joining
your
us.
hearing. Aye. Good idea.
Thanks. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Sally. Can I please, councillors, have a resolution to receive the petition that we received? Can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Petty-Weber, seconded Councillor Gilmore. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right, we'll just move on to the confirmation of the minutes. So we have the council meeting from Wednesday the 30th of April. Can I have somebody move that as a true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Wallace, seconded Councillor Chase. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Page 5 of that meeting. Page 6, 7, 8, 9. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Under 9.2, the proposed district plan review update, it is noted in there accurately that I asked for some information on what other targeted rates we might be able to use in lieu of financial contributions. Just wanted to note that we haven't seen anything come back as of yet, but it is still something I would like to see.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. I'll make sure that that's noted as an action to follow up. Page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14 and 15. Thank you. And can I have somebody move the extraordinary meeting on Wednesday the 7th of May? Moved Councillor John, seconded Councillor Wards. All those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. Page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, 21, 22, 23 and 24. Thank you. And the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on Wednesday the 21st of May. Can I have somebody move those as true and correct? Thank you, Councillor John, seconded Councillor Peter Webber. All those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. Page 25, page 26, 27, 28, 29 and 30. Right, thank you, councillors. We'll move on to the community board and committee reports. I'll take those as a block. So we've got Explore Pahiatua, Positively Woodville, the Ekatahona Community Board and the Dannevirke Community Board. Can I have a mover that they be received? Councillor Gilmore, seconded Councillor Long. All those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. Go through those. Positively Woodville, page 51. Great to see that there's a website for the 150th. Very exciting. Page 52. Oh, sorry, page 2 of the yes. Page 3 of their minutes. And page 4. The Ekatahona Community Board. Page 55. Page 56, page 57, page 58, 59, Dannevirke Community Board, page 60, page 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66 and 67. Thank you. Sorry. Go back, but sorry, I skipped a tab. And Explore Pahiatua, page 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49 and 50. Thanks, councillors. It's a big agenda. Okay, we're moving into reports. So the first item on the agenda is item 10.1, the proposed alternate energy for Dannevirke wastewater operation, Rangatani or Tamakinui Charitable Trust solar system. So we do have members of the Charitable Trust here with us today, and also the Chief Advisor. Thank you, Brian. Right. Good morning and welcome. You're very welcome to introduce yourself to councillors as well.
Good morning, Council.
Morena Council, Lorraine Stevenson from Rangitani o Tamaki Nui Arua Charitable Trust.
Tēnā koutou, ko Matu Tauruta Kawanua. I'm the CEO of Tumaira Energy.
Kia ora Council, ko Anthony Taurupes tōku ingoa. I'm the General Manager for Tumaira Energy.
So good morning, Council, Mayor and Councillors. This is a proposal that we have before you to consider whether we have an extended right to occupy as well as a variation to our electricity supply contract, who we currently have through Ministry of Business and Innovation and Employment. And it's procured through Meridian Energy. The proposal is essentially to have a secondary source of electricity to this one site. The concept being that it is a critical site in terms of compliance with our consenting requirements with Horizons Regional Council. It is subject to power outages, at which point it is actually completely reliant on the existing storage capacity that's in the system. But during those outages, there's no ability to actually process wastewater. So the issue being, if there's an extended period of outage, then we have no way to comply, and we might end up having to put untreated wastewater into the river system, which is not something that we would do lightly. So that situation hasn't arisen in the past. It's just a risk that can be managed. One way to manage that is by having alternate power source, which is what this proposal would provide to us. So I'm presenting this in terms of more the context around our service level rather than a saving in terms of what a lower rate and tariff might look like. The reason for this is that it's only one site of many. It's currently incurring about $100,000, just over $100,000 over the last 12 months in cost to operate that site for electricity. That's just the tariffed amount, not the fixed charges and other charges which might come on top of that. So this is the Meridian supply, retail supply component. And it basically, if we look at the tariff rate that is proposed versus the current tariff rate that we charge, there's not a great deal of difference. So it's not a huge saving that we're looking to achieve with this. It's the reliability and having an alternate source and knowing that that is a renewable source, which is an advantage currently to the country as we move to more renewables. But it's also selected for the site because of its close proximity to the actual point of use. So this is quite critical for electricity. Line loss is a major factor for transmission of electricity. It's something that is hidden to most people, but the more the distance, the cable, the more line loss there is, the heat is generated in the actual line that actually consumes the electricity as it goes. So if you can minimize the distance between generation and its use, you maximize the actual efficiency of the entire system. The proposal put before you here last night got approval from our consenting team. So this has been worked on now for the last almost 6 months continuously. That means that our independent planner, because we are conflicted as council as potentially having the solar farm as a tenant, we had to go external and get that advice through Evergreen Consulting. So that's been completed. There's been a lot of work to address those concerns that we initially had before Christmas, August into October last year, where we had generated a large list of risks that we needed to have addressed, particularly around our asset, how it was going to be managed, and how the construction was going to be achieved by minimise the actual risk of any physical outage of the solar farm or damage to the solar farm on the actual pond. So there's a physical risk that is there, and that's largely from the risk of wind and how that was going to be managed. The other aspect was the biological matter. How would it actually impact having additional cover over the top of a pond that essentially uses the sun as a way of dealing with waste minimisation? Now, there are a few angles around that we had to consider. One was that sometimes too much light and shallowness is a bad thing. So you've got to consider that the algae blooms that might occur in a high nutrient location means that it's going to produce algae. The algae then breaks down, and it's the algae breakdown that creates smell issues. So if you can minimise the algae of the right type, then you can minimise the risk of smell. The other aspect was how much sludge was there, how much sludge needs to be managed now, how long before we have to manage that sludge, and therefore what ongoing maintenance and access do our wastewater team need to be able to do their job. Now, that pond was relined in the last 10 years. 3 years ago, it was surveyed for sludge. The sludge was 10 centimetres in depth of a 4 metre deep pond. It's not the first receiving pond. That's important because it doesn't get the sedimentary build-up of grit and soil and other components like that. It's at the end of the chain, and it's not even the critical part of the treatment system because it was designed to be a surge control for stormwater. So in other words, that 10 centimetres of sludge that was there is likely to be suspended biological matter that will naturally break down continuously and sediment further below that level of 10 centimetres. In other words, it's very minimal after probably, I'm guessing, 4 or 5 years of operation since we renewed it at that point of measurement. So this would be 8 years ago roughly that we lined it, remeasured it 3 years ago after 5 years, 4 centimetres of material likely to be naturally breaking down and lowering as it goes. That then brings to the question, well, what is the future use of that pond likely to be? And here's what we're doing different. We are now have the dissolved solid system DAF unit, which actually strips out a lot of sediment before that pond. So in other words, that pond is getting less and less important as part of the entire system. We still have a surge control issue. We still have inflow and infiltration of our stormwater system into the wastewater system. So we still need to have surge control, and that's so that we can continue to use our existing plant to treat the wastewater before it's then disposed of. So the pond still has a purpose, so its levels will change up and down, making design issues for holding the solar panels in place more complex because you've got a up and down movement occurring whilst you've also got lateral sideway movement of that might come from wind. So the design has been set out to fix and address all of those issues, and that's why a consent has now been approved. So that's as of yesterday. So just to reiterate, this is a minor saving to us. It's got a very helpful effect in terms of its resilience for delivery of wastewater for Dannevirke. It's also an opportunity for iwi to present credentials to the world to show that they are able to develop a wastewater solar farm. This would be the second one in the country. Okay, that's a lot. What would you like to know? And how would you like to present?
Yeah. Can I just check in, councillors, you have a copy of the presentation included in your agenda. The Dannevirke Community Board did hear directly from Tumaira Energy. Would you like that presentation made by Tumaira Energy also? Or you're happy with the information that you've read? Just check. What's your preference, Macho? Would you like to present what's there as well? And I guess there's two parts of this. Firstly, the people online can understand and see what's there as well. If you'd like to present that, you are welcome. Councillor Johns, I know you've got one question already.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Just a couple of quick ones. Does it require council to set up to receive the power direct from the solar farm in our plant?
The floating solar array will be connected directly to the council power supply through the existing switchboard. So it will be before the meters. There's no additional setup. As part of the installation, the council will receive the power directly. Yeah.
So there's no major cost or anything, is it?
There's no cost. The only cost is the amount that council will pay for receiving the power. So the Runanga will cover all of the cost of the installation, and the council will simply pay for the power that they receive at a discounted rate. Yeah.
So, thanks, Mayor Tracy. Just one other one. In the event of a storm situation and the raft breaks free and damages the liner, who's going to pay for the cost of repairing the liner?
So the Runanga will have insurance to pay for any extreme weather events. We hope that with the amount of work that we've done in engineering and design of the system, that's an unlikely event. However, we can't rule out any scenario of an extreme event that something might happen. In that case, it's the Runanga that will if it's the cause of that project, that'll be the Runanga that's insurance that will cover that.
Right. Macho, I'll hand over to you just to see what you'd like to present, and then I've got two further questions from Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Wards.
I'm really happy to present the presentation that I had in the previous meeting. So I've got it on my computer, but I don't know if it comes up here. Okay. Yep.
I think it's helpful.
Okay.
Just through your worship, while we're setting up. So the two questions that I've put is one of being able to basically give the chief executive the continued delegation to do what he does, which is to make sure that the services can continue, which in this instance is that we need electricity to supply the site. We already have electricity. This is a little bit unusual in that it's got some risk associated with it in terms of there are new buildings on our land. So on that basis, there's a right to occupy document that we would proceed to draft up as the next stage. And the second part of that, we've been presented with a supply contract that we also want to discuss once we've got clearance from you to go to the next stage. So two things we're seeking, but in respect of the delegation to the chief executive.
Thanks, Peter. Just get this presentation up. largely councillors do have it on their iPads, but I think it's important for anyone following the stream or watching that they get the opportunity to see it as well.
I've just got the link 1 minute away.
No pressure.
Switch off the sounds. Oh, kia ora noa. Oh, I'll just try to get this off the technical difficulties. There we go. So just to take us back to the start, this project is an MB funded project for the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. It was part of a renewable energy project, so government had 28 million to distribute over a period of 4 years, and this was, I think, the third tranche of funding that was released by the government during that period. It was also the largest. It also invited large-scale projects, and at the time we had already completed some projects, but none of which, actually in the second tranche we did one nearby, but none within Dannevirke alone. So we really focused this fund, as it was the largest. It was the first opportunity to deliver a large project, and we really wanted to bring that investment from MB into into Dannevirke. So the way to do that, we needed a really innovative project, and this project certainly is very innovative, not just because of it's a floating array on a wastewater treatment plant, but also the relationship between the Runanga, the council, the lines company, and also the community made this project very exciting for us, but not easy. Not easy. That's why it took a little while for us to get all the ducks in a line and make it work. But essentially, it's the Runanga that will own the wastewater treatment plant. It would be Tumaira Energy, and we're an affiliated company with the Runanga, or we're iwi owned by Rangitane. So we will construct the project. The Tararua District Council will purchase the power from the project. That will be, and then any excess will be distributed through the Scam Power into the district. And this is really important as well, because we met with Scam Power and they said they have some issues with power within the district, meaning that they had to get more power from Transpower, which essentially increases the cost of power in the district across, and everyone has to pay for that. So this, by adding a large solar project into the district, that does help alleviate some of those pressures on Scam Power. And I guess lastly, and most importantly for us, is that the community will receive benefits from this. So this is a not-for-profit exercise, and we will distribute the surplus of this project to the community. So how distributions be delivered? So there is an agreement with council that is obviously at a discount, and the Runanga will store power over a period of time and aim to
distribute those distributions to targeted households. So households that are low income and vulnerable, and that's the criteria for that has been provided from MB. And we also intend to do that periodically to make sure that people have a meaningful distribution, and also that they can count on that happening for a period of time. So that we expect the meaningful distribution to be similar to the winter payment that people are eligible to receive. So, and just in terms of the project itself, so we've got we'll have a number of panels placed on the wastewater treatment plant. We estimate that the generation will be 646,000 kilowatts a year, and we aim to offset we aim to service around about 50 to 100 homes within the district. So the business case for council is to lock in a power price for 10 years. So Peter mentioned that the initial savings is it's around 16,500 or something around that estimated at. However, the real benefit of this is to lock in a power price for the next 10 to 20 years. So 10 years is, and we've got 10 years as our initial proposed agreement, but the ability to lock in for 20 years or beyond. So these types of panels, they last, I've seen panels over 30 years old and they're still generating electricity. So and there's a long-term benefit there. But if the council decide not to proceed after the 10 years, we will have an obligation to remove that equipment from the pond. And then we've got, although it's minimal, after a long period of time and calculating increases in power, the council could save up to potentially 374,000 in the first 10 years, and over 20 years it's a much larger amount. And during that time, all households within the Dannevirke will also receive benefits distributions that are pretty flat, because that's how the agreement with council will work, so that we've got a fixed price of power across the years. Other benefits include optimal use of land. We've got co-location with a large energy demand. We're utilising idle assets, and obviously they're operational, but we're actually improving the value of that property by adding power generation. And I guess it's and for the iwi, it's Makirikiri is a site of importance. The Runanga has recently purchased 8 hectares across the road, and this whole area is really, really significant for the Runanga. The design, so it would be on wastewater pond 4. This is for some very good reasons. It's the last pond. It's not a treatment. It's not designed to be a treatment pond, and it's relatively close to the power source. The inverters are probably the other main part of the construction of the design. Will be located on the outside wall of the main switchboard building, and then we'll have cables trenched underground back into that building. And lastly, the installation is expected to take 2 to 3 months. We've got a pre-start meeting next week, all going well, and we're really excited. We're going to use, we've got local contractors that we've been engaging with, ready to deliver this project, and we've got, we're surrounded by some of the best expertise that we could find to help us with this project. And yeah, we're just really excited to get started. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mary Tracy. I just don't bear with me a minute. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions first before. So just the legal setup. So Tumara Energy Limited will, or a separate company perhaps, will set up will do the buying or the ownership installation on behalf of Rangatani Charitable Trust.
So So the contract funding was received by the charitable trust, and they have contracted us to deliver the project. We handle all of the procurement, and then draw down funds as we meet particular milestones. Yeah.
So just to get this in my head first, but so Rangatani Charitable Trust will retain the ownership of the assets, and they'll enter into any agreements with Tararua District Council. That will be I just want to get.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. I just want to get that correct. So, so personally, I was at the community board the other morning and listened to that, and it was a really good presentation, a lot of good questions, and I think the relationship that we established with both iwi, both Kahanuna and Rangatani over the last few years with infrastructure and working with us, this to me is a good expression of Rangatani's move to a relationship with them to develop this pond. And I think it was talked about in the community board that this also is a use of land that was originally Maori land that was taken under the Public Works Act for this. So there are some historical reasons that's quite good to do this, but I've got quite interested in this, and there is quite a move worldwide to utilise this type of area, this water area for solar panels, and I know we do have one in Rosdale in Auckland, which is larger, three or four times larger than this. There's a huge one just opened in France, actually on in the Alsace or somewhere, just opened on a great an old quarry or something. But I looked, there's also one it had a lot of press in England. Thames Water have got a huge one, the biggest one in Europe, that's operating. So that's had a lot of benefits, but a lot of controversy as well. But so I'm very supportive of this, and I think it's a good use of the ponds. And it seems to me that the science now going ahead is actually seems to be pointing in the direction of this adds value to the ponds. It's quite beneficial. Having arrays on ponds also tends to keep the heat levels lower and it seems to get more efficiency. Is what reading the science of it. But so I am very supportive. But it's just more the what ifs. I just wanted to be clear about really, and I just was interested in the structure. So it's the Councillor Peter did bring up the issue about the climatic event, but in Japan there was a fire in one of them, the early one that was built in 17, and it burnt 50 or 60 or 50,000 panels, and it was caused the whole plant, a third of it was wiped out, caused by a cyclone that pushed the panels together, and then they caught fire with overheating. So there's things that are going to happen. In our area, an earthquake or Cyclone Gabriel another one of those could sweep in. So to me, it is about the insurance. There's three things that I'm concerned about that we need to be clear about as the relationship, the legal relationship to me. So it's the insurance of the what if there's an accident, if there's a climatic event, if there's a wipe out or damage. We need to be pretty clear who holds the insurance. This is my view. And the responsibilities for each party with that. The other issue is financial failure. That's an issue, a concern of mine, because in Thames Water, there's massive issues with financial failure of Thames Water. Billions of money, there's all sorts going on, and one of the areas that's getting attacked really is a solar management company of Thames Water. So to me, there's a couple of things really. I think the insurance is probably quite clear what happens if there's fire, earthquake or damage. Who fixes that? The financial issues, though, to me are important. We need to get that clear. So Rangatani Charitable Trust will own the assets. Tumai Energy will do the work, and they're okay. There'll be a deal. There'll be a contract between the trust and Tumai Energy. We'll enter into a purchase of power agreement with Rangatani. If this investment failed, if it became financially difficult for Runanga or the trust, they couldn't manage it. If it became, the markets can change, electricity and energy can change, it could be financially difficult to carry on. Or if if the trust was to borrow money, if they needed to borrow money to further develop this project or run it, I would hate to see any assets of ours be controlled by bank covenants, and there's various ways they can do that. So the issues that I, as a councillor and looking at the ratepayers, is the ones in the future, the what ifs, and I'm very supportive of the scheme, but I think we need to be really, really clear about any agreements we make is the what ifs. That's the things that go wrong with the what ifs, and it can be accidents, climatic, but sometimes it can be a financial. So if this happened in 10 years' time, and we have a couple of $1 million worth of assets sitting on our land, on our panel, if it went wrong, my view is that the council should maybe be in a position to take it back and go along and enter into a deal with, say, Scanpower to carry on if the iwi couldn't do it. But I wouldn't want Westpac Bank to have control over it, or in England, the Thames Water. It's really, really an unbelievably difficult position where the end users are the ones, the people who pay the bills are the last ones standing. But so it's being clear and having a good relationship is great, but I would just like to make sure that we have an agreement that protects both parties and the ratepayers, and I think Peter would probably be in control of that, but because I just noted in the report that it now becomes an operational matter. That's all very good, but I would really like to make sure that around this table, the governance does have an oversight of the agreements with respect to the Mayor and the Chief Executive, but I'd like to know that we were satisfied that our future was covered if it went wrong. That's my speech. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Matthew, did you wish to respond to any of that, just in regards to the insurance and just how far that goes? And I guess I was just thinking, we do have the Hakarangi Trench, and at what point, the insurance companies don't cover that.
Yeah, there's a lot of the discussion there is covered within the PPA agreement, so we have laid it out. But just to be clear, there's this isn't a Solar Zero situation, for example. The funds have been already approved, and we just need to draw down and get this stuff on there. So there's no actual if there was financial pressure on the Runanga, there's no impact on this particular project because it's ring fenced for this and it's already paid for. So there's no borrowing type of situation where an investor could come in and then pull the strings and suddenly we had another management company. The maintenance of the system is probably the only long-standing cost, and that's kind of covered within the PPA arrangement itself, and that will be performed locally. So we try and manage the risk as best we can. And then in terms of the installation and the risks associated with that, there's been a lot of engineering work to make sure that we've kept this as safe as possible. For example, the pitch of the panels have been reduced to 5 degrees, which is a really you wouldn't see that in Thames or Rosedale. This is as safe as we can make it. And I was thinking before when you said Rosedale, that's 3 or 4 times. That's only twice as big. It's twice as big, and that's for Auckland. And this one will be half the size. This one's technically, from a technical point of view, this one's a much safer project. Like the body of water is much shallower. There's that's such a big body of water, and it moves a lot. We've got a lot more concrete blocks to ballast this to the ground, and it's looking at the 2 projects. So we think this one is a much more structurally safe, and so we've done as much as we can to make this reduce the risk, but understand that we still need to reassure you that we've got all the right things in place.
Thanks. Does that give you a little more comfort, Councillor Sutherland?
Yeah, Tracy, it's just everything is always right on the night. It's just 10 years down the track. We see that around this table with many projects, and it's all good at the time, and 3 more councils 12 years down the track, we're just going to make sure we do the right thing at this point of time. That's where I'm coming from. But I do think your project is fine, and I'm happy as anything with it really. Once I've done a bit of looking at it, but it's just making sure we're covered a decade or so ahead.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Sutherland, because I think he summarised some of the bigger picture issues that I just wanted to dive into a little bit through you, Mayor Tracy. So, Peter, thanks for setting the context. This isn't about saving money. This is about future-proofing and providing a bit of resilience into our systems. But also, I always look for the significance assessment and wonder how that goes, because due diligence here, because this is a new venture for all of us. And so, you know, I question, and I'm glad that Councillor Keary concurred, that we still need to have an oversight on this. I'm not comfortable saying, she's all yours, Chief Executive, off you go and get on with it. I think because this is a significant investment and an innovative way of A, working with our iwi, but B, potentially delivering a higher level of service into some of our vulnerable communities across the district. So I disagree that this is most of it's operational, but I would really be keen to see within that agreement to, what is it? We're providing the PPA that you talked about, that there are the checks and balances placed in there. You know, I'm curious to understand, for instance, Kerry talked about the what-ifs. What are the risks of this being an absolute fizzer? You know, how are we going to ensure that the risk analysis and all the mitigation has been placed in? You've done a fantastic job in getting it from where it was a year ago to be able to look at the engineering and a change in design. So, you know, ka to the team for doing that. I'm still not over the line. I think it's a fantastic venture. I'm not comfortable as a governor at this stage saying, from my perspective, having understood that due diligence has been applied to a process that is new for us as a district, and the reassurances to our ratepayers that they don't drive past that and go, is that a fizzer? What's that going to cost us? And if that can be built, I see Jess was online, if that can be built into that memorandum of agreement, then I would settle in my bones a lot better than I'm feeling at the moment. So on one hand, I think it's a fantastic opportunity. I just want to make sure, a little bit like Councillor Keary, that 10 years on, we're not looking back and going, oh, we could have done better on that. So ka pai for being here. I really valued the presentation. There's nothing like being able to look someone in the eye and understand potentially what it might look like. So with the big picture hat on, I just want to make sure due diligence, reassurances are there, and if all that lines up, then get on with it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor Wards. I'll just move to the Chief Executive for one comment and then one other solution that might give some comfort there.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just regarding the PPA and the work that officers will do around that, and we agree with the comments that's been made by councillors that we will obviously have a good look at that. We will cast a legal eye over that. If there are any specific concerns that's not covered in the PPA, then we can raise those directly with Tumaira Energy about that, around from in terms of that process. Quite happy, more than happy to to ensure that there's visibility at a governance level to make sure that you're also comfortable with what we're getting into in terms of the agreement, noting any other legal risks around that. So we'll ensure that is attached to it. And the only other final comment, my understanding, if a significant failure would mean that we would switch to our current provider. So we'll always have the option of another source of power should we need it.
Thanks, Brian. I think the one further that I would add to that, Councillor Wards, is through Philip Jones, our independent Chair of Audit and Risk, to ensure that he was over the PPA, but I'm comfortable if Brian shares that with us as well. Okay, Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Tracy. Great presentation. This is more directed to Peter. I'm just looking at the numbers here. And potentially in 10 years, this is going to generate $2,261,000. Because a unit of power, this is full retail, is 0.35 cents. Okay? So if you run the figures, you're saying it's costing us $100,000 a month down there at the moment.
Our current tariff through our supply contract is 29.099999 cents.
Right, but what I asked,
we are below that market, the current market value.
But in your statement before, you said it costs us $100,000 to run that down.
So that's year to date. So that's the actual number of units.
Year to date or month?
300 year to date, 352,000 for the year.
Right.
Okay, so that's kilowatts. That basis though, because we're only having power supplied during the day, 8 hours is night, roughly, depending on the average through the year, of course, seasonal issues, also light issues, but seasonal issues primarily. So until our battery storage system can basically save power during the day so it can be delivered at night to the site.
I understand all that. Because does this price include the batteries? I don't think it does it? No. So just deal with the now, please.
You're saying that basically 33% of the day, 24-hour day, is night time.
No, that's fine. I get all that. No, I'm just looking at the figures.
100,000 is split like that.
So it's 2 million in 10 years, roughly, that you're going to produce retail-wise, which is great. It's coming out of the sky. I mean, why we didn't do this years ago. But then our payback from your paperwork here is we're going to get a saving in 10 years of 374,000. What I'm scared about, right, and they said, depending on if the price goes up, well, the sun doesn't go up, it just comes up and goes down. The price is fixed when you do that, When you generate power, it's a fixed thing. You're not going to be charged anymore, where the national grids have got lines, transformers, everything else to pay for, and that's why energy goes up. And also they've got to return money to their shareholders. As we all know, that's how it works. I would be very interested on what this tariff rate is and what's it locked in at, because that's the trick. If we're paying X today and we're paying X in another 10 years, right, that's a good idea because everything goes up. But if we're going to be scaled to the general, right, and I love the idea of the backup, that's a no-brainer. That's why people put in solar. But for $2,261,000, we've got a saving of $374,000. So, it's a good business. It's a good business. So what I'm trying to do is get the best deal for the ratepayer. You know what I mean? There's a big discrepancy. I know you haven't got costs. It's all good on you for getting in there and doing it. Those tranches of money there to be used. I take my hat off to my trust energy side for looking at this. I'm worried, i.e. I reflect what Councillor Wards and Councillor Sullivan and the Mayor have said about security over time. Because in 10 years' time, this room's going to look different, but we've got to make sure we optimise this agreement. So I suppose that side of cost is more got to be pointed at Peter in the sense, whatever, and we're not privy to that tariff rate yet. No, I don't know if anyone in the room's been told what that rate is. No. So that's me personally, from 2 million to this is on the 10-year plan to 374k. Yeah. Anyhow, that's my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor Tracy.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. I guess if I was to interpret that, the first part is to proceed with this, that second part is in the negotiations that would occur around price. Yep. Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Gilmore, then Councillor Long, Councillor Chase.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Thanks very much for the presentation and for coming in. And a big thank you to Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Wards, who have reflected quite a lot of things that I wanted to talk about, particularly looking at the big picture. In general, I'm really supportive of this. I really like creative ideas to be using land, for dual purposes. But I do think we have some of those strategic questions to consider. But what I'd like to do, with your permission, Your Worship, with those strategic questions still sitting there, is just jump into a few more sort of smaller questions that have jumped up throughout this report. So I've got a few, if that's okay, Your Worship. My first one, and this does sort of link a little bit into that strategic side, but if we do follow the recommendation as in our papers, and this actually might be through you, Your Worship, to the Chief Executive, does this decision bind the Chief Executive to progress if something else material comes up? So as we move into the negotiation side, what I just want to determine is, does our vote guarantee that we will proceed? And I think that's the first bit that I'd be keen to understand.
Through your worship, I think that the key word in that resolution is agreements. So if we're unable to meet the necessary agreements or cover the necessary risk to the required level, then obviously we wouldn't be agreeing on anything. And I think what it does allow us to do, though, is to start those conversations and start looking at the PPA in terms of where it does cover off the risk. So from my perspective, there will be another stage in that for me to obviously present something, and maybe myself and Matu can present that to say, look, this is what we've come to, so there's a level of satisfaction. But in the meantime, some of those specific risks, and the teams here are listening to those, so straight away, there would be need a risk assessment, and having Philip Jones done in terms of that, we would look at obviously at the insurance and some of those implications, not just to the insurance that's been covered by Tūmaira, but also our insurance as well, if there's any implications regarding that, because obviously we're above ground assets that are insured. So as part of that agreement process, I think that's where a lot more of the due diligence will be done, and those further discussions will continue. So I think, so you won't turn around and look and see there's the solar farm on there. I think there's another step to give you all around the table and you're right, you're asking the right questions, because this is exactly what we need to hear to ensure that due diligence is done. But certainly we'll keep you involved in that process before any construction work starts. We do need to get on with it, though.
Thanks very much, through you, Your Worship. Thank you very much for that, Brian. I think it is really important, because sometimes even with the best of intentions, things go wrong. So that the contract is really vital, but I think the governance oversight to make sure that contract's been adhered to will be really vital as well. My next question is probably through to Peter. What implications, if any, would proceeding with this have with local water done well considerations?
In that respect, through the chair, none, because this is just another supply contract that will have to be managed and transferred through as the process evolves with local water done well. So, no, we've got multiple contracts for supply of electricity to all of our water sites right now. So, in that respect, it's no different. This is just one that needs to be transferred. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thanks very much for that. It was just, we obviously have a conversation about that shortly, so I just wanted to make sure it didn't have any implications. My next question is regarding the fixed price offer, which, fixed price will often sound really attractive. We have lots of discussions as a table about, for example, interest rate hedging and other pieces. But we also know with that prices can go up and prices can go down. I know that's quite unlikely in a utility setting, but certainly can happen. If there is a fixed price that is agreed over a 10-year term and the market price goes down, will that be reflected in the contract? But what I'd hate to see is us be paying at a fixed price that is actually over the market price.
So, through your worship, so this is the discussion around the negotiation. And you're not wrong, prices in Australia from solar have gone negative during the day because they are significantly ahead of the game to the rest of the world, and probably China's catching up fast. But in terms of the future cost of electricity, everyone in the industry is essentially looking at mass investment because of population and demand change. So I think I've seen more than 50% more power is required in the next 20 years-ish. It's 100%. So yeah, we have to double what we've got. So the model I've got is a 5% increase per annum for the next 10 years is likely tariff cost increase. But that is the reason why it's limited to 10 years. It has to have the right split between the actual business case to do it for the charitable trust, ourselves for the effort that we've gone to allow this to happen, and the actual savings. So there are lots of trade-offs. Other than all of the solar panels joining together and catching on fire simultaneously. That's a new one to me. I don't think I've heard anything else raised that I'm not aware of. That's kind of got that meteor coming out from the sky and taking out the site. But these things are all possible.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just my final, I'll sort of group two together. I think one of them will be down to the contract, so you'll be able to quickly answer that, I'm sure. But are there any other operational risks that yourself, the Chief Executive or the team, have identified in relation to this project going ahead? I know access is one, and that has been highlighted. Councillor Johns talked about risk to the pond, and Councillor Sutherland has talked a little bit more about that. But are there any other risks that haven't been highlighted that you've considered? And if those risks become apparent or materialise, will we have the ability to back out? What I would hate is for us to go ahead with this, find a material risk, say this is not working for whatever reason for us, for our water users, for our ratepayers or the CCO, having those discussions, and then being told you actually have 8 years of a 10-year contract left. So I just want some assurance on that.
So through your worship, there is a material confusion risk. So this is where who's to blame for something might go wrong, and it might be how we are operating the pond and a communication failure between the parties. So we inadvertently, say, reduce the pond height to 0 without actually advising the solar company that that's happening. Now, we have built in a design feature so it can be done, but it requires manual intervention. So people problem, there will continue to be people problem, and how that's viewed by the community as to who's to blame. There is still the risk of smell coming off the pond, and so that in itself has to be managed. There are mitigations for that. There are mitigations for that for each pond, where you use aerators as a method to deal with it. But that doesn't mean that someone can't sabotage. And so then there's security risks around the attractiveness of people nicking solar panels and crossing over into the site. So there are the broad range of risks that we will have to manage, which we are aware of. In terms of, I think, Tumaira Energy probably does, you have some additional risk around in terms of the actual project proceeding because of the timeline to actually achieve the MB target delivery points. So there's a risk of construction underway and MB changing its mind, shall we say. And that's a reasonably significant risk, which is why I sought delegation to the Chief Executive, because the contractual matters that you're talking about are fair and reasonable, and we would address that. That's the point of delegating it to the Chief Executive. But if you need more assurance, then that's fine. That's what I understand. Just there's also a MB deadline, which we haven't actually stated, because that's not something that we are concerned about. It's something that the Charitable Trust is concerned about. I'm not party to that contract. So that's something we should maybe ask now.
I'm going to pass it back.
Yeah, so there has been some delays in the project. The time has taken to make it to this point, and that's to make sure that we've got all the right information and all the right reports coming through. So we've now got all that. We've had a variation to the contract that covers our existing installation schedule, and MB's been very good with us, so we've got a good relationship with them, not just for this project, for a number of projects. But they have given us very, they talk to us regularly about making sure we keep them updated, and we don't see any risks to the funding at the moment. It's all on track. However, we do need to, we are very keen to get some stuff at Tumaira Energy ourselves. We've gone out and purchased equipment in advance to make sure that we can meet the deadline. So we already have all of the panels in the warehouse, and we've got all of the floating solar array located on Makirikiri Road on the recently purchased land. So we've had all the conversations, and we're ready. And these are the types of things that we've kept MB updated with, so they know that we're serious about what we're trying to achieve. Yeah.
Thank you, through your worship. I'll just add to what Peter said as well. I think a good idea will ensure that this is in our risk register. So I will request Sandy, I'm looking at Sandy now, that her team does conduct the appropriate risk assessment around that, working with Tumaira. Obviously, you probably have done some work around this anyway, so we can have a combined, it's a partnership, so I think a combined risk that we will put through to our Audit and Risk Committee to ensure that it is on record, and then because we only know what we know. If there are any emerging risks as they come, then that can be reported through to the Audit and Risk Committee as well, and that will give that a bit more oversight through another committee should the unlikely event happen. And just around, I think going back to Councillor Gilmore's question in terms of that, can you get out? I think that will be part of those negotiations we have. There may be, both sides may feel that it's not meeting their objectives. For whatever reason, it might be the solar panels are slowly getting eaten away from underneath or something unknown to us all, and they might want to move them as well. So I think we need to look at, if that was going to be called by either party, how we would work through that in good faith.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, have you got anything further? No. Councillor Long.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. A couple of things. I have a question for Peter. Peter, you're saying that it is minor savings for TDC. Could you quantify that, please? On the document here, it's saying 374,000 saving in a 10-year period, which is considerable to me.
So on an annualised basis and on the assumption of growth in cost from the electricity market, that's why the number accumulates up. And so when you sum a 10-year period of all the numbers together, but look at it this way, if you divided the number by 10 and just said 1/10 of that is in a given year, 1/10 of that as a percentage of rates it doesn't count as a huge project. And that's basically, of course, the saving builds over the 10 years, so you've got to discount it back. But essentially, that's based on the rough order of offer that's been put to us, which we haven't yet negotiated. So this is the point. We can't negotiate until we get the stage where you are comfortable that we can negotiate.
Thank you for that. Can I ask a couple of... Right. I'd just like to point out, does the insurance cover also the liability of our failure to honour our resource consents with Horizons if we were to breach it?
Peter's just informed me no.
So that's obviously, through your chair, a direct relationship between us and Horizons Regional Council to comply with our consenting requirements. How we go about that is the responsibility of the Chief Executive and staff. And in this instance, we're talking about the power supply for running the treatment system for Dannevirke wastewater. So are we able to provide guarantees around that? That's not something that Tumaira Energy or the Charitable Trust, if I'm understanding your question correctly, it's not their responsibilities, it's our responsibility. So it's our failure if we can't do that. In terms of the delivery of power, we have the second, so this is a secondary source of power. So the primary source of power remains Meridian Energy retail supply.
My apologies there, I worded that poorly. If the solar panels were to, or the anchors were to cause damage to the liner and therefore breach our resource consent, is there an insurance there to cover that?
Yeah, if the anchors that were placed around the pond were to move, or the panels around the pond were to have some way impact the liner around that pond, then yes, the insurance will cover the impact of those solar panels on the pond's operations. Yeah.
This is what they're saying. So for Horizons,
Yes, that would be covered under the insurance.
Thank you.
Councillor Chase, patiently.
Thank you. It's been good actually because most of my questions have been asked already by my fellow colleagues. I just have a couple of questions. When you did the consenting for the pond, did you consider or factor in like the climate change for both, whether we have extreme wet weathers or extreme hot weathers for the pond, and how that would affect us and that pond and the solar panels? That's question one. Did you factor all of that in?
There's an environmental assessment that's been done, but as part of that, it's my understanding that that is in consideration. But I don't recall from the resource consent that being explicitly outlined in for extreme weather events. From a point of view, from just a general point of view, where there's an extreme weather events like droughts, for example, that's great for power for us. We do have like a hat on top of that pond, so that will help with evaporation issues. And if we go the other way with extreme weather events, well, the design of the system is so that if that pond was to go right to the top and even overflow, that's not an issue for our existing floating solar array. As it goes up, there's a bit more movement within the cables. It's more so when it goes down where it's kind of stops near the before it hits the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. So if it goes down, that could be due to not us necessarily reducing the water in there. It could be from evaporation from the sun, but you say it will have a hat. I'm just trying to get it clear on my head.
It does help with evaporation, putting something on the top of on top of the pond. I mean, it's minimal. If there was if that pond was to there was an event where that the pond needed to be emptied, or there was just no water because it all evaporated, we can just release the cables from the side of the pond, and that floating solar array would just float down and sit on the bottom. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about the hat now. So sorry, because I'm trying to see it. So is it like a cover that will be needed to be put over the pond, or is it just something that will connect to the floating panels itself?
Yeah, it's that's kind of the word I use is the hatch, but it won't cover all of the pond. It covers sort of 40% of the pond, but it will just sit floating on the pond, suspended by cables. Yeah.
Yeah, I was the one. The second question, I noticed that you said that up to 50 to 100 households in the region would get a benefit from the power. Is it the whole region, or is it just Dannevirke that was identified in the paper?
Yeah, it's the original intention was it to be just Dannevirke. Yeah.
But it won't get any further than the whole of Tararua District?
At the moment, the pitch that we put to MB at the beginning of the project would focus on Dannevirke, and it was done that way because we looked at one. It's not just a relationship with the council, but we sort of focused on the needs of the district, of the specifically within Dannevirke, and that's with the energy. So this project's all about for us. I understand there's different reasons for doing this, but for us, it's really about improving making healthier and warm homes so people live longer. And talking about the business case before, we spoke about having sort of 2 million over the next 10 years. The numbers we've calculated is more like 1 million, and the way the philosophy of the project is that council, for the power that the council use, they will receive a benefit the Runanga will receive a benefit, and then the Runanga will receive another benefit from the power that's exported from the system that the council does not use. And now we would like the council to use all of that power, but unfortunately, the way that the power modelling goes, they can't. So you can't at the moment. So if we have a battery later on, we maybe that's changed. But so that's kind of the philosophy. So everyone gets a benefit for the power that you use, and the amount of power that we export, we don't actually get a large benefit from that. It's about half of the cost once we export that power. So yeah, we'd love you to use it, but that's just that's kind of the philosophy of it all. It is about targeting households in a specific area, and that's done on purpose as well, because it's easier for us to connect with that whānau, particularly if they're close by. And then we can really, we can talk about the benefits and the outcomes and get that information really quickly and start to do more of these types of projects in Pahiatua or wherever there's similar places. Yeah. So for us. This is one project, and we hope it's going to be one project of many.
Can I just one more? Sorry. So will it be the Runanga that will actually distribute the funding for that excess money to those households, or will it be Tumaira, or will it be council? Who will be doing that?
Through you, Your Worship, it will be the Runanga. That's our responsibility. Well, and in consultation with others.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Chase. Councillor Piti-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy, and Morena, thank you for your presentation today, and I really enjoyed the one you did at the community board. I was kind of going, Naim has actually answered it a little bit, and what Mike Long said is the benefit to council was the discount in power, but it's not a huge amount, but it's also the benefit to the community, and that's what Naima was talking about in the discounted power for whānau in need, and so that's another big benefit from this project. I guess another thing that's cropped up that I was thinking about is that you've already brought the solar panels, and what's the risk? It's quite a big risk for you guys if this doesn't get over the line. So how are you going to mitigate that and going forward?
Yeah, this is a really important project for us and for the rangitane. So it's more than it's more than just a normal project for a normal company. We have a responsibility to the iwi to put our best foot forward and do everything we can to get this to work, which is why we've done that. Now, as part of our own risk mitigation, is I can sell panels. I've done it all over the country, so I'm fairly confident I can get those panels into other projects. The hard one for me will be the floating solar array. But just talking about it, we've got like a significant interest around the country for to do these projects, and yeah, so which is great because now we become like someone that can do it. So we could start, the people that will do it are based here in Dannevirke, and we can export them out into other regions and start delivering these projects from the knowledge that they're going to learn from this. So it is a risk, though. The mounting, so we've talked about that at length and about what we're doing, and that's gone through multiple levels. Talked with the Runanga, it's talked with all of the boards to make sure we haven't just gone out and done this.
There's always risks.
Yeah, there's always risks.
How we mitigate them.
Yep.
Thanks. That's you covered, Councillor Piti-Weber. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. It's been some great questions, so thank you to everyone. Just one question I forgot to ask, and it may, through you, Your Worship, may have quite a simple answer, but when we're looking at how things will be structured, definitely looking at council's benefit, a reduction in power will benefit, even if it is a small amount, everyone in the district. But I'm just wanting to work out, is there any financial benefit directly, so profit making, when it comes to Tūmaira or through to the iwi? So I didn't see that in the paper, and I don't think that that's being talked about. But what I'm trying to understand is this more of akin to a charitable activity, or is there any profit making potential within this project? I think that's important when we're looking at how much benefit council gets through discount of power. So just to make sure that weighs. Thank you.
We wish. That's pretty much the reality, is that, one, in the sense for Tūmaira Energy Trust, this is a project that could potentially be the beginning of many. For us as rangitane, and I'm going into, if you like, a partnership with Tūmaira Trust, this is for our community. We can see the benefits. Many of ours don't see the benefits. It's like you around the table. It is very new. And it wasn't really, we didn't go into this project to make a profit. It would be great if we could, because, you know, if you go into business, that's what you ultimately want to do. But the reality is that we know that there is going to be a situation with power, and we just believe in this project, that it will be good for all our community. Yes, and MB have got criteria in terms of Māori families first. We couldn't disagree with that because we wanted their funding, you know, and that's how it was. But this community will benefit. Ratepayers will benefit. They might not see it at first. It's just going to be so new and so important for us to actually understand. Yes, there's a risks, and, you know, for the charitable trust, we're constantly thinking about those risks. And it'll be great once we get our little list of, you know, hoping that there's not going to be a lot, but, you know, once we do that and we then can share with the council and with Tūmaira Energy and look at, you know, how we can mitigate those together and keep an eye on it all while, you know, the project is carrying on. But no, it's not a profit-making business for us.
Just to clarify, because I've asked these questions too, and one of the things, it's a business first, so before distributions can be made on a charitable basis, it has to be able to manage its relationship with Tararua District Council and provide the service, which means it has to retain funds to pay for the insurance, it has to have funds to pay for the maintenance, it has to build up reserves so that it's got sufficient to deal with contingency events like damage or losses or theft, other risks that they will have. So their approach has been to build up those funds initially before considering the first distribution. Hence, they will do the distribution in arrears, in a manner in arrears. They build up the funds, then determine how much they can distribute. Of course, they want to make it so that it's a meaningful contribution to those individuals who need the funding. So it will have to be assessed in terms of its taxability and its charitable status, and it's under its purposes. So it still has to meet those criteria. The second it turns into a profit-making entity, then it will lose that charitable status and it will affect their business model. The other aspect of it is that we've assumed a certain level of demand from the site. If that demand reduces or changes significantly up, then it might improve the profitability. That is the difference between the rate that they put into the grid versus how much they can charge us directly at a higher rate. That's the thing. So the higher the more consumption we do, the better the business case for them. It's pitched at the level that we assessed in terms of the whole model, If, for instance, the wholesale price of generation drops and they aren't able to get the same return from sending it into the grid, that certainly will increase the business case to invest in batteries and be able to provide us with 24/7 power rather than 18-hour day. 16 to 18-hour day. So there are quite a few factors in there that will affect their business model. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Franklin, no questions from you? Okay, thanks. I've just got one just around the, and Peter, you might be the one to answer this, just around one of the benefits to council with the carbon offsets. What do you envisage and what might that look like?
Carbon offsets is a very small component. When you look at the tonnage that it saves at $60 to $70 a tonne, it's not a big number. It's there, but it's not a big number. It's the right thing to do from a climate change point of view, but yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace, did you have a further question?
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, just finishing up from me anyhow, on the figures that Peter and you guys have presented, we're going to use approximately 50% of your generation, okay? So, and I know you're going to get 17 cents or half of the retail unit cost when you sell it back to the grid. So there is a good unit there, and this is kind of, I'm always going back to that dollar saving for the ratepayer of Dannevirke. I think the whole idea of this is great, but when do we get privy to that and what it's locked in? Because some of this document here, if we don't say go, we don't find out why. And it's like the tail wagging the dog, and I just don't get it. Normally when I go into a deal, I say, this is it, this is that, and you'll get this. That's the only bit I just don't get at the moment. And I would feel a lot better, the dog waving the tail, not the tail waving the dog. Thank you.
So I can probably help explain. So the normal course of events when you get pricing, competitive pricing, is that you see what the current market value is and you compare to what the offer is. So you know what you might be giving up or advancing. So that would be a normal procurement process. So what you're asking is you want to be part of the procurement process, and that's perfectly understandable. And if it was a major contract, we would do so. And that's the point that we don't usually, as officers, necessarily bring you into every single procurement project. The difference about this is it's 10 years. It just skirts in, based on our numbers, inside the delegation of the Chief Executive. That doesn't mean all the risk factors that you want to contemplate aren't real. So we totally understand, so don't get me wrong. So we've only just had the offer put to us. We haven't had any initial discussions really about what that means. So we need that opportunity to do that, hence why bringing this back to you is quite possible, because we will nail down these terms and conditions. In terms of the future price, the 10 years versus a different period, why did we choose 10? I suggested that because I knew that the business model needed to be fair enough for all of this effort that we're going to make it sensible for both parties. We know the life of the solar panels are guaranteed for 20 years. So we need to work out what happens at year 10 as part of this negotiation. What happens, when do those negotiation points start just prior to that in terms of looking at renewal or what the market is doing, whether the price still makes sense. there's every possibility that we could have said a review at earlier points in that. We haven't had those discussions because the first thing that had to be done was that it had to get the consent clearance that the design was fit for purpose for that site. Only then can you cost out what the capital cost of the project and what its operational output was likely to be, which is what we've done, and that only got cleared yesterday. The real problem with this project is the MB funding, and that they have carried forward the funding from the previous year, and my understanding is that we really needed to have some progress by 30 June, which is only a month away, or it mightn't proceed, which would be unfortunate for the district and Tararua Energy, and we would miss out on our mitigation of risk for the site and any savings. So I think it's the timing is the real risk at the moment, and if we'd had more time to negotiate the price and the terms, we would have been bringing that forward, but those elements would have been in the public excluded, being a matter of commercial interest. So far more important that we have these discussions in public at this point, hence why the price isn't sitting in front of you. We could go into public excluded temporarily to do that, but I'm looking at Ellie who will call me.
Thanks. Councillor Chase.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Tracy, I just would like to know if we are agreeing on allowing them to occupy the pond and the surrounding area, if any land is needed around the pond to be able for them to continue as a business, say like they wanting to put, I don't know, add batteries and stuff, or there's a need for something else, something turns up and they need more of the land, will that come back to council for us to discuss, or will that be a bit of a bit of an alert to say, hey, is what we're giving enough, or are we extending ourselves and taking over more of council land for the project? Does that make sense?
Through your worship. So I think here it's to occupy, right to occupy, and that will be specified. I think outside of that right there'll be no right, so we would have to look at the process to apply effectively for another right to occupy, so that would need to go through a process. Highly likely, yes.
Right, there's no further questions, and that has been fantastic conversation to have and get that clarification. Is there any further questions or information that councillors need before that decision? We do have a recommendation here in front of us, but I also have one further meeting before the deadline. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. More of a point of clarification. We do have the recommendation in front of us. I'm wondering, there was some discussion, particularly with Councillor Sutherland's and Councillor Ward's first comments to perhaps modify that recommendation. I'm just keen to understand what we may be voting on. From my perspective, and that may differ from others, is having the recommendation as it stands, but having a line in there that it will be brought back to us.
Thanks. Right, I was just checking if there was further information for that. Right, Councillor Sutherland, did you wish to make any amendments or?
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. No, I'm quite happy with this and happy to move it. I think the issue that I raised initially was to have some consideration of the agreement that will follow this, and I think, and I don't know whether that needs to be in here. That's as Peter mentioned, it's a two-stage process. Everyone needs this to move on, and then those agreements, those negotiations, and an agreement will take place. And I guess we did, I think there was an indication from yourself and Brian that that would probably come back to the table for a look at. Or I think, was that where we got to?
Through you, Wish, I'm just trying to think of a reasonably efficient way to get this back in front of you, and whether or not that. I think the agreement will absolutely be brought and shared with councillors. I'm just sort of asking council, I guess, through your worship, whether or not you want that by resolution or just for me to be able to present what those the key elements of the agreement is in terms of the risk mitigation and also price negotiation in terms of where we landed. I guess there was some indicative figures within that in that report, and there would be some science behind that as a guess. So you sort of roughly know where we are sitting anyway, but we can land on the agreement and maybe the both of us present that to council or find a way to do that maybe before a hearing or in confidential at a future meeting. But I think there is, a need to get on with this, and we probably don't have another month to wait to another council meeting to bring that back. But you do have the assurity from myself and Peter that you will have a good look at that and be able to provide some feedback, and then we can nail that agreement, including the price negotiation.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Johns?
Yeah, I'm happy to second if it's been moved by Councillor Carey. Move the recommendation as it stands. I hear what you're saying, but I have faith in the process, and happy to second the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Johns, and I just note that I had put a couple of action points in with Ali around that. So we had the recommendation 1.1 and 1.2 moved as stands by Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. And I might just we'll call that, and those against. Councillor Long, you'd like that recorded? Okay. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. I know that has been a very long session, but it is unique. It does offer opportunity, and we did need some clarification with that going forward. So I do thank you very much for the presentation, but actually for the robust discussions that have been had, because this pond is highly visible. People don't drive down Makarikiri Road. There will be, people will be watching. There'll be high interest in this as an innovative project that has some real potential. So we do look forward to moving forward on that, but we also look forward to getting that last bit of information so that we can share the benefits of that with all residents here. So I do thank you very, very much for your patience today and being here again for presenting that. And I am going to adjourn for 15 minutes, councillors.
Just before you adjourn, thank you, Mayor Tracy and councillors, on receiving our presentation this morning, and we will do our utmost to ensure that this project is going to be the best that it can be for Tararua, because this is the beginning, we think. Yeah, it's new ground, but you have some amazing staff who have helped us through some really difficult times, and we're very grateful for that. Anyway, thank you.
Right, welcome back. Now, councillors, we're going to move on to item 10.2, the deliberation on local water done well consultation. So welcome to the table, Peter.
Kia ora, Council. I just want to lead off in that this is one of two stages that we at Tararua are going through after this consultation period. The point being that this is to cover off the actual discussions with the community and how we should respond. There is a recommendation there that says that we should proceed to the joint arrangement with the Wairarapa Tararua. Put that to one side for the moment, so that we can prepare the right direction for the next report, which is going to the 11th of June. So we are aware of now 3 of the 4 of the Wairarapa Tararua group of councils have actually made a decision, their full decision to proceed. There are caveats that those councils have put in their decisions. Those caveats and ideas will come through into the June report, just so you are aware that this is why I've done a 2-stage process for you, so that you can ask the right questions, so that can better inform the next report, which is the one which Brian has kindly offered to lead, because I will not be here for that presentation. So I do apologise for that. I wrote myself a speech for this, believe it or not. That's concerning after the previous item on the agenda that we just discussed. So hopefully this would keep me more on track. But basically we're at the point of having to determine how we're going to provide a water service delivery plan, be it standalone or jointly. And so the target date of 3rd September is clear and present danger to us as a council, and there have now been some really helpful comments made by the Minister, which I've attached to the report for your information. And also, we haven't really covered what is expected in that water services delivery plan in any detail with you. That is actually set out in last year's Act, which is the Water Services Preliminary Services Act 2024, and it's actually got chunks in the actual sections of the statute. So they're quite clear about what you must and what you may do. So some of the discussion that's going on now in those other councils about what you may do and what is required is quite clear, and essentially it is driven by the council's long-term plan. All government is seeking is a 10-year plan to get this across the line, would be how I would express it. They didn't want this to be arduous, is my understanding, but of course we have a responsibility as councils to look after our constituents. We represent the ratepayers as a council, and therefore we have an obligation to consider what is best for them as best as we can. So where this is headed is that there are some things that I wanted to let you know, is that control can be constrained from a constitution of a water organisation. So a CCO has a constitution which sets out how directors will be selected, appointed, how the voting will work, all the normal Companies Act sorts of things that you would expect to be there. There are things in the Companies Act that are called major transactions, where they require a special voting proportion. So you can have and determine, as we establish a CCO, what the constitution looks like and those voting trigger points. So what constitutes a quorum, what is a major transaction, what is administrative normal activity, where you might need a majority vote, and what might need a 75% and what requires a 100% vote around the table. So there are ways in which we can give confidence to our elected members of each council to say that there are going to be some controls in the Constitution that will protect the interests of the ratepayers and the individual councils and how voting can be managed. So some things are statutorily directed in terms of the removal and appointment of directors. You've got also a requirement on the new CCO to develop a strategy, and that must be audited. So I've talked to our audit director about that because that's a new responsibility being placed on the Office of the Auditor General that hasn't been there before. And I wanted to give some idea. There are some key stakeholders that have power of oversight. So you've got the Minister of Local Government, him or herself. They are supported by the Department of Internal Affairs. You've got the National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Agency. So NIF, former Crown Infrastructure Partners, who worry about how things are funded and whether the country is going to be put at risk, for instance. You've got the Water Services Authority, Te Mata Arawai, who will be setting the standards of how water will be delivered or treated. So this is the quality environmental impact that matter. The Commerce Commission, who will have fiscal oversight, making sure that the financial measures that are required to be achieved are achieved. And they were quite clear to us when they presented a few weeks ago that that did not include affordability. Affordability is an issue of around the collection of revenue and whether the revenue are going to be met because it's able to be collected. So it's more around debtor control. And debtor management is how they see affordability. If you've got too many people not being able to pay their bills, that would be an indicator that you've got your pricing wrong. You've got the Office of the Auditor General, and you've got LGFA and your lenders and your standard setting entities, rating agencies. And if you can't borrow, then you can't do the work, because this is the way that we fund capital works into the future now. So there are lots of controls that are looking at the pricing mechanism, but nothing has been quite as helpful as a presentation that none of us has seen, but I have received from the NIF team. What they said around the issue of price harmonisation and standardisation. I just want to find it quickly. Of course, my computer switches off just as I do that. So they've got a note on price harmonisation. So I'll read it verbatim. The benefits of scaled multi-council CCOs can be delivered irrespective of where the organisation sits on the spectrum, from full cost to serve pricing to full harmonisation. We can consider commencing with local council pricing and establishing review point as the most pragmatic starting point. And in particular, ring fencing by council jurisdiction. They are saying water organisations established with a requirement for ring fencing by council jurisdiction and principles for sharing costs and balance sheet capacity is their direction. They want those matters considered. And that avoids cross-subsidisation concerns of all communities. Customers will benefit from the efficiencies and the debt headroom that provides. Local decisions regarding growth funding allocation by water activity and differentials between residential, rural, industrial, commercial can be easily accommodated, and it is consistent with the best practice that they recommend. There are complexities around it, so these are the cons. It's complex because we have to retain the current charging systems in some manner or form at a district level. Now that might be done by the CCO, or it might be in the interim contracted to the councils. So I think that's most likely. But it does reduce the flexibility. It does make it less simple as a simplistic charging system. And you may lose some of that harmonisation effects where one group of ratepayers pay less than another group of ratepayers just because of the stage at which that district council boundary is at in terms of delivering water services. So that's quite helpful from NIF, telling us where they think it is. They have the ear to the next process, which is the current bill that's before Parliament that hasn't yet been reported back from the Select Committee. And that is a problem for you as an elected council because you haven't got clarity of what that bill says. You haven't even been able to see what the Select Committee is thinking. So you are having to make decisions in the absence of all information. It's what it is. That doesn't mean that the government doesn't want us to work together, and that was quite clear in the letter from the Minister of Local Government from last week, where he specifically said we must work together and support each other. That didn't extend to harmonisation. We have not, as in our consultation, talked very much about harmonisation or standardisation of pricing at all, other than it's not something that we are specifically discussing in the actual consultation. It hasn't been a large matter that we have actually had input from the community on, as opposed to the other councils who provided a harmonised graph, which was concerning to those other communities. I totally understand that. I did note here, though, the Minister in his recent letter has made clear, we are coming. That's from the threatening point of view where there's an expectation that we do work together, and if we don't, there is uncertain menacing effect that should have on us. I'll let you, sorry. So other than the Commerce Commission having this economic view that charging should be down to a particular level where the user is able to be charged as directly as possible for the service, which is more around metering and charging by volumetric basis, say for wastewater, what goes in comes out, volumetric. That is their main focus. It's nothing to do with harmonisation, other than it might be an efficient way of doing it in terms of it's much easier to charge a group of people than others. I do note, though, we would be the odd one out because when you think about NZTA, they accumulate funds and then distribute them. So they accumulate all the money that they collect through fuel taxes at a central point, and then they distribute it. You've got the electricity, Transpower, lines companies, generators, all of those, their costs, whilst split up, they eventually make it through as a charge that's charged to collective areas for electricity. You've got the telecommunication industry, every single cell phone tower has a capacity level, but also has a volume of use issue. So there are paybacks that they look at in terms of what charges, but you basically get tariff rates that are generally applied across the country. So there they have harmonisation of a kind. You've got then the public sector services of education, health, police, and the full range of all central government services, which are charged through a taxation system, once again collected centrally. So maintaining district boundaries for a period of time is quite doable, may be changed, and the way that it will be protected for as long as possible will be constitutional, developing their constitution, and then developing the statement of expectation, which sets what the company directors must do from council's shareholder perspective, and then the shareholder input into the development and finalisation of the strategy, which must be completed and audited. So there are a whole bunch of key documents that are coming forward that we are currently working on as a YT team currently. So I don't think you need to be under any illusion that this reform is voluntary. This has been put upon us. We have the statute that is guiding us on this, and that I think if we can't come up with a more local option, then we might be forced into different arrangements in the future. But that is me forecasting, it's my supposition, it's my view. So I think that's probably me stopping, letting you have a go. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Councillor Long, the question first, and I'll go Councillor Wards and Councillor Gilmore.
Through you, Mayor Tracy. Peter, just before when I wanted to interrupt you was just to point out to you that we're working with the New Zealand government now with our water, wastewater, and so things won't change. So they're saying to us that we need to work with them. We have for the previous 10, 20 years, if to be fair. Thank you.
So through your worship, the change will be in terms of these new regulators and their roles and responsibilities, which are set out in the bill that hasn't yet been passed. And they are expected to be far more severe on whoever is the service provider. There will be a honeymoon period.
I understand that fully, but we've been working with Horizons as well in that area. And the question will be down the track, when it gets more stringent, the affordability to our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Peter, thanks so much to you and the team that helped put this paper together. I certainly want to acknowledge the extent that our community took and the efforts that all those submissions that were provided to help us make a decision, because this is one of the biggest decisions that we as council will have to make for our community into the future. So sincere thanks to that. I do want to further acknowledge though that, in 3.6 there was 83 submissions, and we had at least 12 of them, along with those one-on-one discussions that we probably all had during consultation. The absolute value and the understanding and the concerns expressed by those people. And I found this report particularly helpful from pages 84 through to 92. Because, and for me to print something out rather than, refer to it electronically, I think demonstrates the huge level of interest, skills, experience that we've got in this district to be able to ask the questions, propose options. And I know when those submissions were being heard, I was sitting there thinking I hadn't thought of it from that perspective. So I want to sincerely acknowledge everyone who's put in some hard graft to helping us get to a decision that we're obviously going to have to be making. The point I want to make out of all of the submissions received and all the information we've had put in front of us, Peter, I guess my only question is, now we've got to the stage we've got to, and yet we're getting a letter from Simon Watts with, even further. What have we missed? Where are the gaps in all of the pros, cons, risks analysis, all of that? What, in your or the team's view, is missing? Have we got absolutely everything in our kitty to make this call?
Through your worship. So the major issues are around the veracity of the numbers that were put into the initial models. So I'm conscious that Palmerston North, I'm told, had over 70 models. So that's very difficult to communicate what a huge number of variables of who's in, who's out, what projects are going to happen, when are they going to happen, and how does that affect pricing of different pricing models. You can see that that's too difficult to communicate. So we have relied on the long-term plans and the audited long-term plans. They are only as good as the asset information that backs them. We were fully aware that South Wairarapa in particular were having difficulties with their numbers in terms of being provided by Wellington Water as the basis for their long-term plan, and that those numbers were essentially where we were at in our maturity when we were looking at what was it? It was October 2 years ago, 2023, when we presented the master plan. So the master plan numbers were very high, and we sought to reprice those. We got those numbers down to something that was barely manageable for us and kept within our debt cap levels and our LGFA funding. South Wairarapa didn't have that opportunity. So the basis for the discussions in terms of the collective Y+T had to use those numbers. The initial numbers that Department of Internal Affairs had were based on earlier estimates, which were far more sensible, shall we say. And so for South Wairarapa, they've been going through an exercise to have their numbers reviewed. So if you ask me what's the things that keep me up at night, it would be that the numbers keep shifting. They will continue to shift because we continue to build infrastructure, dispose of infrastructure. And so when you say, what is the percentage of debt, it was probably different yesterday than it is today. And so when you are making decisions as elected members and you say, give us a snapshot and we will make a decision, that doesn't reflect where it might be in 10 years' time. And so we might be bringing less to the party now as a council or more in other aspects. We might have more infrastructure built, whereby the others need to build more infrastructure. That infrastructure build may not have been identified in the asset management plans. So there is a lot of inherent uncertainty around asset planning, timing, and the costing. So it comes back then to what can we do in terms of making a principled decision? What costs are coming at us? And that's far more difficult because we are told that we're going to be more regulated and it's going to be probably more harsh on us. Our ability as a small council to react to those demands will be challenged if we stand alone. And then it's a question of, is that something that we can reduce cost by doing it together with others? So I think I've answered your question that the biggest risk I see is the fundamental numbers and the basis, and that even now the numbers are shifting from what they were 3 months ago.
So it's just a further to that, Your Worship. So if you were to take a punt, are we looking at 80% data we know, 20% on faith? And that all comes down to that risk
Yeah.
for me.
So each council is required in the asset management plan to do a maturity assessment.
Right.
Ours is pretty good because we have done the inspection work. We've had the hydraulic modelling done by WSP, even though the numbers came out big. We had the logical basis, the engineering basis for that. We've now, thanks to this team over here, done the district planning side of things in terms of where we can grow. So we've got a much better handle on where we shouldn't grow, therefore what we shouldn't be doing. So Tararua has a bunch of very good starting point. So confident about that. But that's also making us look less attractive than the others. And that's because we have done that really thorough background work now. You know, we do have floodplain modelling basis for where we are expanding our towns. So for that reason, we've got also renewal program quite thoroughly worked through. So because of this data that we've sourced, we have a lot better idea of where we have to address our wastewater pipe replacement program and therefore water replacement program. So we're in an okay space as Tararua. We can see through the media, South Wairarapa last week had some problems presented to them at council meetings. We know that Masterton will have to deal with a large wastewater upgrade just beyond the 10-year period. And Carterton are going to adjust their LTP for a few projects. So there are some uncertainty in the other numbers. Our numbers aren't really changing other than timing.
Brian.
Thank you, through your worship. I think the key thing here is that this is a process that we haven't gone through before, and I think we're almost building the plane as we're flying it, and it almost puts us in contradiction to the Local Government Act, to where you're making key decisions based on information that you don't have yet, and that is the legislation that's still to come through at the moment. But this has been dictated by the government in a way that these timelines we have to meet. So in a lot of ways, we've just got to provide the best information we can as of today. And I think fundamentally we've done that. I think, as Peter said, there'll be changing in terms of numbers. There'll be changes in terms of how we might set up the structure. And there's a lot of work still to go, a lot of water still to go under the bridge. But as of today, we can say we've got the best information we can. If we had to make this decision 2 years ago, I think we wouldn't be in such a good position as we are now, because of all that work that has happened over the last couple of years around asset management and, you know, those really evidence risk-based assessments we've done on our assets. But there's still a long way to go if we were to be perfectly honest with this. So, yes.
There's a leap of faith required.
There absolutely is a leap of faith. And I've talked to the team about this. You know, it's hard for a CE that has to provide you with the information to make good decision making as per the Local Government Act. But a lot of that is out of our control. I think the decision you've got to make, you know, the next couple of ones are made on the basis that what we know. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and a huge thanks to Peter and the team for the really significant work that's gone into this, but also gone into waters for this entire term and prior to this term. I just share Councillor Wards' comments of thanking everyone that engaged in the process. There were some really detailed submissions there that certainly gave a lot of pause for thought and added some context into our decision making. I have got a few questions that I want to run through, and then I guess noting that we will be making a decision of whether to ask staff to prepare that final report for us for 11th of June. I want to make some general comments, but I might do that afterwards, once all the sort of questions have come out, because that may inform some of what I want to say. One thing I have done throughout this, especially the tail end of this process for us, is I've spent a lot of time reviewing what our potential partner councils have been saying and what's been submitted to them, and have read their officer advice, have watched their meetings. Heaven help me for some of it, because there has been some interesting things popping up. So some of these questions will relate to that, and the first one that I just want to kick off with is about our debt and debt transfer. And there had been some suggestion or allusion in some of these meetings to the fact that the CCO may not be able to immediately go up to 500% of revenue. That number makes my blood run cold anyway, but there was some suggestion that perhaps councils may hold on to some of their water debt while transferring the ownership fully over to the CCO. For me, that feels like a non-negotiable, but I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, on the conversations that have been had, to see, are we guaranteed as a council to be able to transfer 100% of our debt over to the new entity, so we don't lose control of our assets directly, but our ratepayers are forced to hold on to empty debt? So that's my first question.
So the debt question was first identified by DIA in their report to us about September, October last year. And they did suggest two models, one where not all the debt was transferred and one that all the debt transferred. But that would be based on what the Y plus T total number would look like. So they were hedging in their advice to us on that. That hasn't changed. Their position on that hasn't changed. I was talking to the author of that this morning about, not us, but South Wairarapa, because their numbers were so much different, greater in terms of their capital expenditure, that theirs was more serious problem than ours. So what you are probably aware is that we run an internal loans book system as well as our external debt. And that's where we have rated over the years for depreciation since about 1999. We have built up funds, and rather than borrow from a bank, we have borrowed from the Bank of Tararua District Council. And we've charged ourselves a slightly lower interest rate, being one that we would be the investment value that we are would have otherwise been making on that those funds sitting in an investment portfolio. So that amount is not present in external public reporting. It's within the special fund. The special fund balance of equity keeps the record of what those amounts are, and but otherwise our cash would be huge. So you can see, if we hadn't borrowed internally, you would be looking at a cash in bank and you'd be wondering, why has it just hit 40 million? You know, why do we need all that money? Why are we borrowing as well further down to build these things when we've got this line up here with money in it? And that's the exact logic. Now we're separating waters from the rest of council, not just ring fencing, but literally selling those assets to a company in exchange for shares. We need to know that that internal borrowing is going to be repaid. And it's that internal borrowing component that that may need timing and timed in terms of transfer. However, in saying that, who knows how that debt number will be used as a matter of negotiation between each council to come up with what each council brings as net equity per shareholder / per ratepayer, so per connection for each of the services. We couldn't rightly put that on the table for the reason that we need to get through all the in-principle decisions that we want to actually join forces with each other.
Thanks for that explanation. Negotiations are going to be very important, actually. As interesting as they may well be, they're going to be pretty vital. It does lead a little bit into my next question, and I ask this question, some of it may actually be a little bit rhetorical because it is one of these things that perhaps we don't know yet, but is actually looking at the shareholding side of it, assuming that we went into a partnership joint CCO model, imagining that shareholding would likely be proportional, but wondering how that might impact our voice within the entity. And I say that noting in some of the early discussions we had with a separate grouping, that kind of became a bit of a deal breaker for some when councils thought perhaps their voice would be reflective in their shareholding. The reason why I ask this, and I wonder what consideration has been given, is in this grouping we are the second largest council. It doesn't necessarily put us in a terrible position. However, in the discussions both in Masterton but particularly in Carterton, talking about this exact subject, there was a huge discussion on amalgamation. And we all know that there is a lot of discussion in general about amalgamation in the Wairarapa councils. What jumps out as a concern when it comes to voice is, should we enter into this arrangement within a few years? I think it's inevitable. I think they think it's inevitable. That 4 becomes 2, 1 large council, 1 small council, and how that proportional vote may be. Now, I know that yourself, that we've had governance representatives, in those early discussions. So I'm just wondering what thought has gone into the amalgamation bit, because it's jumping out as an alarm bell.
Through your worship. So from my perspective, at my level, there's been none in terms of looking at amalgamation into the future. Certainly the 3 Wairarapa councils have discussed this, but I think all 3 councils have different views on it as well. So in terms of the water sides of things, we've really just been focused on setting up the CCO, if that's what we decide to do. If those conversations were to happen, I think it would be definitely after the setup of the CCO, but during this process there will be the opportunity to look at how we potentially could share some services going forward as well, but nothing formal has come about of any of that at this point. I think in terms of the shareholding, the way that councils will influence the CCO will be through the letter of expectation. So that's how each council will be still required to send a letter to the CCO, and that they will have its sort of boundaries that you operate in, and then they'll send back a statement of intent. The shareholding may influence the representative group. And obviously, for those that don't know, the representative group will then select and go through the recruitment process of setting up the board of directors that will then provide that sort of daily oversight and that governance from it. But in terms of amalgamation talks, I've not had any with any of the CEs.
And thanks very much, Brian, through you, Your Worship. Wasn't necessarily looking at further amalgamation, was more that shareholding risk of the three becoming one, the letter of expectations from the small council that's left behind versus the weight of the letter of expectations from a potential future amalgamated Wairarapa council. So I think that's something that in negotiations we need to find a way to mitigate that. My final question, and I did mention I have some comments after, but I can save that till the end of questions. One of the other big things that jumped out during those discussions was Masterton first and then subsequently, Carterton, have resolved to continue working on an enhanced status quo water services plan, making it very clear, particularly from Masterton's perspective, that their decision to move forward is really a decision to move forward with negotiation rather than making a decision to proceed with Y+T. That's more just moving to the next step of the process. That can potentially now pose, in my opinion, some real risk to us if one council in particular decided to pull pin, that we would be left scrambling, trying to develop our own, to make sure that we stay legally compliant. So my question is it possible for us to also complete an enhanced status quo water services plan? I think there's a couple of reasons why I like that. One is to protect risk. The other one is to also show some of our community members that perhaps are not completely on board with the CCO, what it might look like. We will actually have two clear comparison points. But is that a possibility? Because for me, I think it's kind of a necessity.
So all of the modelling is based on the individual councils. So essentially the baseline information is being worked on to create the then joined numbers. So on that basis, it's not the financial measures or other financial numbers that are going to give us any difficulties. It will really be the presentation of all the other information that is set out in the Act that we would have to develop in parallel. And as long as you don't want it pretty, that can be done in a Word document, probably. So I'm not overly concerned about that request in terms of resourcing, because that's our starting point anyway. Probably the area which we did model the difference in terms of the funding of depreciation versus not is relating to how that 500% calculation is done. And when one stands alone, even though we were fine in our metrics for our LTP for 175%, we weren't when we looked at the 500%. There were 4 years of the 10 that we just etched over, which technically timing of projects, pushing some projects out, could do that, but you will have to decide which projects. There are some actual choices that aren't actually happy to make.
Yeah, through your worship, I think the difference with that decision as well, and Peter did cover it off, is that we're all in different positions in terms of, you know, even though you are looking at what other councils are doing, and it is one of the considerations we need to consider, but looking at our position, what would it mean for us in terms of making the best position? And if we were to go down the path of also, I feel in a lot of ways we're all just sitting on the fence and we're not actually making any decisions. So I think we've just got to be careful what is the best decision for Tararua District Council. And, you know, I agree, you do need to factor in what the others are doing, but if we were first, what would have we done as well? So it is a consideration. I think we also got to take that there are other options available, you know, going forward. It wouldn't be just the enhanced do it ourselves. There could be other options also available to council should this arrangement not go ahead. So I think we've got to make a decision on the merit of the information you have for us.
Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, for giving me a brief opportunity to respond to that. I just want to be clear with my questions through you to the Chief Executive that my comments are in no way about sitting on the fence for the decision. It's about us being prudent with risk mitigation. So the information that we have in front of us is the decisions that our potential partner councils have already made and are in resolution. I think it would be negligent of us not to be considering that with our decision making. That does not mean at all that we don't proceed. It means that we make sure that we have a backup plan if needed, and that was really the intent of my question. So if that wasn't clear, I just wanted the opportunity to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. And as part of that, you know, remembering with the water services plan, that does also have to be meet those financial sustainability and be accepted as well. So I do see some risk in both. Councillor Wallace, then Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, I'll just get a couple of things down here, Pete. Most of it's been answered, but in short, I've just written down how many shares. Are all the council's cases on the table are transparent? And when is the decisions? So with further, it's nothing sense that the old tail's wagging the dog again, you know? And if things do go pear-shaped and so forth, it's, yeah. I just, and I'm pleased to hear the level that Brian said about the amalgamations, because that's the rumour in the drums. So going forward, for this decision that are coming up, right, are we going to be fed more information, or are we going to be talking in the fog?
So this, through your worship, this meeting is to respond firstly to the submitters. So the next meeting is to discuss what options we actually agree upon. And that's where we would determine whether we have a plan A and plan B, I think. And so this is quite helpful to me in terms of what the report I will be writing. And in terms of additional numbers, those aren't necessary because you are discussing points of control. Points of control are managed through constitutions, through the shareholder groups. your relationship between those other councils. You can have all sorts of hypotheticals in terms of the ratios based on today's net equity per connected user per service, which won't really help you greatly other than you know that Masterton have roughly twice the number of users to us, and we've got roughly twice the number of users of Carterton and twice the number of users as South Wairarapa. So you can make very in-principle decisions knowing those facts, knowing how companies can be controlled and the different shareholder type, even share classes that might be permitted, which we're not that sure about yet because we haven't got clarity. So like you could work out a ratio of our number of shares might be, we might only have 1,000 shares for the entire company, and that Masterton get 40% of them, we get 20%. Oh, no, actually, make it 100, whatever, I didn't make up the number to make it 100. But the idea is that, you know, the 40, 20, 10, 10 kind of ratio could be reflected in the shares. Does that mean that that's how the share voting will go? You can have 30 of the 40 shares for Masterton be having no voting rights, for instance. So we are all reduced down to having an equal say in terms of our shareholding voting rights, because you have 30 preferential shares that say no voting rights and 10 shares that are ordinary that have voting rights. So this is where the expertise comes in. This is why we need expert advice as to navigate through how those decisions that will be most crucial in the future, which we've been told quite clearly is harmonisation, standardised pricing. That's one really clear and present example. And that may need 100% vote to get clearance, no matter what that proportion of shareholding is. So that's the constitutional control that you might have in effect. So I think you are at that stage. We can put any draft numbers in front of you and say, this is roughly the numbers that we've got right now in terms of our debt, our internal debt, our asset value, our investment program going forward. So we know all of those as snapshots in time, but that won't help you necessarily that much in terms of your decision making about amalgamation, where those 10 shares that have voting rights are now 30 to 10, for instance.
So through your worship, I think the key here is that we don't have all the information, and I think it goes back to my original comment when Councillor Ward's mentioned there's still a lot of water to go under this bridge. I guess what I'm looking forward from council is when we get around those negotiation tables, what are your no-goes? And that's where that gets brought into those negotiations to say, this is what we stand by as a district. And I've already mentioned this to Mayor Tracy. I won't be in those negotiations making decisions and bring back to you and go, sorry, I lost that. What we will know is the parameters that those negotiations will happen to work within. You will get to make those final decisions at the end of the day to say, we couldn't get 20%, we couldn't get this over there, but these are what they're proposing. And there's a lot of work in that space that still has to come back. I'm looking sort of that 3-year down there. There'll be eventually, hopefully, a CCO that's up and running, where all these sort of little things around this and that will probably become irrelevant over time as well as they get fundamentally up and running. So I think that the direction that I'm looking for is really around what we have to negotiate with. But let's go turn up to some of these meetings and see what's on the table and bring it back here to go, actually, this is what they're suggesting. You might go, actually, that works well, or no way. You know, so there's a lot of that to and froing still to go before we go, this is what it looks like.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. And yeah, thanks, Brian, for that clarification, and thank you, Peter, for all the work that you put into this. I've given this a hell of a lot of thought, and I'm probably as confused now as I was when before I started reading it all. But I want to go back to 2 or 3 or 4 years ago when the Labor government were looking at the three waters. And the first comment that, when it was always discussed, whether it was on television, meetings, whatever, they prefixed their comments with, "We all accept that the status quo is not an option," and looking for approval. And everyone sort of got sucked into believing that that was a fact. Unfortunately, this current coalition government have also got sucked into that sort of way of thinking. They're uttering the same ridiculous comment. There is an option. The option is the status quo. New Zealand is one of the few countries in the world where you can reliably drink town water, supplied water. To think that it's broken is rubbish. Certainly, if we want to enhance the quality and supply and what have you of the water, and as a desire, that's a perfectly worthwhile desire to have, but it's not necessary. We can't have everything we want. We all know that. If it takes 5 or 10 years to upgrade some of our plants, if they're required, then so be it. We'll do it as we can afford to do it. There is so much we don't know about whether it's the shareholding, what savings are going to be made by opting into this arrangement. As Councillor Ward's commented, you know, we're being asked to take a leap of faith with inadequate information. And I don't know that I feel comfortable about making a decision to opt for option 1 without sufficient additional information. And my feeling right at the moment is we go it alone.
I'll just pass to the Chief Executive for one comment and a couple of bits of clarification.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to clarify that there is no status quo, the legislation will make sure of that. So the further powers with Taumata Arawai will ensure that what we do today and tomorrow, you won't be able to do any longer. There will be some serious implications for council that try to do that. They're also from DIA, anyone going alone will have to have a 10-year plan that does stack up. As Peter has mentioned, ours doesn't in terms of within our debt limits, and also there will be the economic regulator as well that will put things in place as well. So status quo isn't an option, and they will legislate to ensure that.
Thanks, Brian. If I could just comment on that. I hear what you say. It's very disappointing that local government in LGNZ hasn't taken government to task on this, because they've been obvious in their absence on the whole subject, to be quite frank, and I'm very disappointed that they haven't entered the fray. But I hear what you're saying, Brian. It may be that it's what we do, but I'm very uncomfortable about it.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. I think the only other comment that I would make is with an enhanced status quo is doing things as you can afford them isn't an option either. There'll be significant penalties. When we were at Rural and Provincial, they did show us graphs of the number of wastewater plants that we have even unconsented now, but going forward is significant. So, as councils can afford it, is no longer an option either. Thanks. Councillor Sutherland, then Councillor Long.
Through you, Mayor Tracy, just in light of that conversation between CEO and councillor, what are we doing here then? Why are we having this discussion?
Through your worship. So we were required to go through this process, and that included consultation. There is still the option of going on your own, which is different to status quo, I guess. So that's what I think Councillor Gilmore was mentioning before around a single sort of entity type setup.
Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. This conversation is not unlike the conversations that are taken in a couple of other councils. But just to reply to Peter, if you went to the thing about if you decided to go it alone, you're going to have to set up a single CCO or an internal business unit, and you're going to have the same problems. You're going to have you have to comply with the Mata ORI and the economic regulator. I saw a couple of councils have estimated that, and they were talking about an extra $400,000 to $500,000 a year in costs that they didn't have now, just to comply with what they would do if they went alone. So it's not just carry on, nothing changes, it's significant changes if you're still alone. So that's my comment, and then we're not the only council that this has come up about recently. But I'd love to debate going back to the Labor government, because this whole area hasn't turned up because someone woke up one night and had a whim. The whole condition of water in New Zealand is deteriorated to such an extent. And I think there's unfixed water infrastructure the whole New Zealand wide, and I have to say that I was probably one of the few around this table that actually didn't really support LGNZ's way. I was sitting right in Miss Mahuta's and Kira McAnulty's court, which started off, let's have one regulator, then we'll do 4, and then watered down after politically very badly done, in my view, to do 10. And out the door they went. This government's picked that up and changed it to local water well done. But I think this government is now seeing a lot more information. The DIA has collected 5 years of information now that's showing we're in worse state than we probably think. And I will have a bit of a speech. So during AOG discussions with Mayor Tracy and myself and Brian over the last 6 months going to Masterton, we did reach quite a good agreement about shareholding and the way we'd approach this. There was there was trust, and there was a plan. It was pretty good. We would enter this on an equal shares basis, and then let's fight the arguments about harmonisation, debt ring fencing, all this when we got there. But of course, it's come to the governance now, and I can understand that. It's about caring for your ratepayers, and all of a sudden, debt, ring fencing, and non-harmonisation has become, well, Masterton has done that, and Carterton has done that. I don't think that's insurmountable, but if we all get in that track, we'll never get anywhere. I think we need to move ahead and then worry about those things later. That's my view. But perhaps I wasn't going to do this, but I'll do it now. But my view is right here and now. Little and alone is not going to hack it. With respect to Peter's view, it's if you look at that minister's letter, I haven't seen a stronger piece of prose of letter come out of the government. It says, you go where you like, guys, but it ain't going to happen. If you don't come up with something jointly with others, we'll just wait for a little bit later on, and you'll be told where to go. And that's, to me, that is the most significant bit of paper I have seen through this process. there is some reservations about cost, and I know councillors around the table have asked that, but staying it alone, on a loan, or going ahead, it's not going to cost any less for water. It's going to be costly, but we won't really know that until we get out a little bit. But I want to, this, Peter mentioned we're talking about submitters. I listened with a lot of interest and read every submission. And I have to say that some really, really good stuff came out of it. And I listened to Bill Bligh, Councillor Bligh, who was the mayor. He gave an incredibly impassioned speech about we should stay alone, and why didn't we do something like NZTA's method of financing? Bill had a lot of good points to be made, but he was 4 years too late. Really, that's the view I took too back when we started this. But that government and this government are not having a bar of that. That's harmonisation anyway. We got the benefits of harmonisation with roading. We really have. The smallest council in the world, getting new highways and things. It is harmonisation through petrol tax, RUCs and road user charges. So we are getting the benefits of that anyway, and that will come with water. But I listened to Bill with interest, but it's just times past that. Councillor Benbow put a submission about the way Scanpower runs, and that was in my heart 4 years ago too, really. He talked about assets. Well, it's all very well when you've got lines, and they fixed their lines over 10 years because I was involved then, and they're all up to date. They've got the 50% of the business comes from profit from other companies they run. The idea is great, but the world's past that style too. And and Don's here now. Tasmanian Water was one of my things I loved. I did a lot of research on that when we were doing Three Waters. And Tasmanian Water went from 29 councils to 1, into 4, now they've got 1. And they have just won the world's best water drinking award back a couple of years, and they're into it again now. And they're a fascinating project. It's 12 years on since they started, and that's how long it's going to take for us too to get the benefits. But Tasmanian Water's got 221,000 connections, and their average water use is now down to 170 odd metres. That's what metering's done. $1,300 a year water charges. Sounds really good to me, but not without some struggles and some investment from Victoria government a couple of years back. But they now are starting to be Australia's glamour poster boy and the world's poster boy of quality of drinking water. And so I know that our duty is to our ratepayers, and that's what Masterton said, and so did Carterton. But our duty to ratepayers isn't just now. It's not just today and tomorrow. I think we have a duty to think generationally. I mean, I do remember Robin Patongaroa, who was one of the iwi representative on the group. He gave a great speech at our first meeting we had about water, and he said, it's going to cost lots, doesn't matter who we are, and let's think out 50 years. And that's what we did a bit around the table in long-term planning. And I do think we have to think out 50 years, and we have to think about what's good for I've got great-grandchildren now, one. Well, I've got to think about them. I know and I think all the councils right now in their deliberations are thinking about what's it going to cost now. And we're not taking Tararua's debt on, no way we're taking their debt on. And we're not harmonising, there's no way Marston is going to pay for Dannevirke. But I think there's other people thinking bigger than that. Tasmanian Water did. But what did I read this morning? I had a bit of an epiphany this morning. Right, I did read it. I'm going to bore you with this. But Wanganui and Ruapehu and someone else decided, they said this is what they're going to do. And they had it all planned. 2 days ago, it's only 2 days ago, out from the New Zealand Herald came an article. I was quite fascinated with this. So they were sitting around doing what we're doing. And Mayor Tripe had quite a strong view about the world. Out the door it went at the 11th hour. And the 11th hour advice came in was based on information and direction they got from the government at DIA, if you read between the lines. And so the heading of this, plans for the future are in disarray after late advice from government agencies. So the 3 councils have been weighing up options and doing all this, but the 11th hour advice is shaking up all proposals by smaller councils to continue providing standalone services. on their own or with small clusters of neighbours. So in the Central District councils are scrambling to reopen talks and look at so this is where it is. And so there's a fair bit to this, but you'd be interested to read this. So that the advice they're getting now from the government is that really economies of scale are going to really not kick until you get 50,000 connections. And I know that the Labour government got that. That came out with Kirimakanolti too. And we're only going to have 18,000 or something in our district. But the CCO model does open, there is discussion with DIA about this and other people, that it does lend itself the ability to deal with other councils later on, or there's options to do things as a CCO that probably would be difficult if we stuck it on our own. But this last minute information that's arrived up at the Whanganui table, and they were quite strong about where they've positioned. They had the best water and they've spent millions in doing all right, but not so. So it's so following this later advice, talks have reopened a wider regional approach, and so there we are. That's 2 days ago. So I think we might be naive to think we can say, well, we're going to hang on there to hell with everyone else. I think really we've got to think longer and bigger. I don't think it's going to be the perfect. The negotiations are going to be a bit ugly, perhaps. Mm-hmm. The AOG, we were quite cosy and everyone shook hands and trusted ourselves. We thought it was fair and reasonable, but now it's gone around the governors' table. It's unfair and unreasonable because governors are now worrying about their patches, which is reasonable because it's their ratepayers' interest, but they're not thinking about the ratepayers' interest out of generation. It's the now. And I think we have to be bigger than now. It isn't going to be any better right now for us either way, and the only thing's going with water is going to cost more, and that's inevitable, and there's going to be $5 million to cost to set this up, and I know some of our submitters, I mean, remember Craig Elmans was worried about shareholding, and Brian Beale said the cost, all that's reasonable, but it's not going to be sustainable, and it's not going to be acceptable. So I think the decisions we make might, but it was really interesting this morning. It only cropped up and I thought, well, there you go, some councils that are well ahead of us in this and are quite strong in where they sit, plans ripped up, back to the drawing board. Get out and get bigger. Connor has advice and I'll be interested to just know where that came from, but it'll be based around DIA and the letter. And I can see the government jockeying for this. As we go forward, it's inevitable that we're going to have to get economies of scale. We will have to have harmonisation, actually. There's no way New Zealand can run without it, but it won't be without kicking. And I don't think I'm absolutely convinced that the government will have harmonisation long term, one way or the other. They might not get that initially, but they'll have amalgamation of water services. Yeah. And I've got a bit philosophical now, but that's me for the moment.
Thanks for sharing that, Councillor Sutherland. That was great. Peter, you've got a comment?
Just really quickly, we originally said that this is likely to be a stepping stone process where the first round of joining together might be only stage one of several that might prove the business case and then expand further. The question for me is it going to, if this congeals down to back to ourselves, will we end up in Manawatu Whanganui again, for instance? That's possible. Or will it extend up the East Coast? So,
thanks. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Thanks, Kerry, for those comments. I'm mindful of the Tasmanian example that Don Cameron has done. He was here. Oh, there he is. Couldn't see him. Clouded up glasses made in his submissions, but what we don't know is the new situation in Tasmania might have just brought the quality of their water services up to where we've already got.
Thank you, councillor Johns.
Just saying, but also, I'm also cognizant of the, and I'll read this, this is the on Simon Watson, his letter to us about the whole deal, that work with other councils, make the decisions required to ensure clean, safe, reliable and financially sustainable water services for your community. We've been doing that for as long as I've been on council.
Thanks, councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I had prepared some comments. I'm not going to go through and cover off all of them because I think a lot of them have actually been covered very well by Councillor Johns and interestingly by Councillor Sutherland, even though they're quite different views. But I think that's actually what we're facing, which is the interesting part. A few things I do want to just cover off though is I don't believe that we as a council or as a sector have pushed back on government on these reforms as well as we could, particularly as a sector. And it's looking at the compliance costs that are going to be coming in and the time that the lack of time for us to be making a decision based off the information that can be made available within that time. We're told a lot when it comes to water that this is one of the most important decisions that this council has ever faced. And that's absolutely true. But really, when a choice is real, there's another viable alternative. Usually when you have a choice, it is actually a choice. I'm hugely sympathetic to those that have submitted in the process who want the people that have paid for the water assets to remain in control of them. And I agree entirely that we and our entire community should have had more information before making this decision. And that is no reflection on the hard work that staff have done. I think it's a huge effort that has been put in to be able to get us the information that we have. But that makes this entire process very, very, very challenging. With this being such, and I alluded to this before, but with this being such a big decision and one that relies on our council partners, I have spent a fair bit of time listening to some of their comments. And I just want to quote from a couple of comments from the Mayor of Masterton when he moved the motion to proceed with the Y+T model, but also continue working on a standalone approach. And when he moved that motion, he made it very clear. He opened that by saying, today is not D-Day in this process. And it's clear for us that it certainly isn't as well. He mentioned that they were not necessarily binding themselves to go the full distance. And he also said that he'd be first to pull Masterton out if they couldn't get a good deal. This is where the negotiations are going to be really important. Masterton followed that up. Carterton followed that up. Carterton being a council who are much smaller and smaller than us, that would really have difficulty going alone. But Mayor Mark made some very, very good comments in that meeting. And he talked about Carterton needing a plan B if Masterton pulled pin, while also acknowledging that that plan B may not be sustainable long term, also necessitating the need to start working on a plan C. And I think that has been traversed a little bit by Peter's comments of where we might end up. But I absolutely agree that that could be necessary for us. I think that we have to be protecting ourselves if negotiations fail or if we aren't able to get value for our ratepayers out of them. So while Marston's decision, and by the way, I completely respect it from where they're coming from, it has added risk, but it gives us an opportunity to work on what an enhanced status quo model might mean for us and share that with our community. And let's be real, that might not look very pretty. And I think that could be helpful in some of our conversations if it doesn't look pretty. That's really all the comments, the main comments that I want to make, but I do think it is important to add that into our resolution for me to support it, that we do work on a standalone. So I would like that added to the resolution. But I also just want to finish where I started with my questions. And I want to thank staff sincerely, Peter, but not just Peter, there's been a huge team working on it for all that they've done. I also want to give a special thank you to Mayor Tracy and to Councillor Sutherland for all the work that they've done representing us in the joint council discussions and bringing that information back to us. It has been a huge amount of work and I'm grateful for everyone for what they've done with it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmore, and I don't think many of us thought that we'd be not only dealing with our own council, but watching other councils' meetings, reading their agendas and staying up to play. But it was really helpful to watch those. Brian, did you want to make any comment on that before I just go to other councillors for some? Yeah, okay. Councillor Long, did you have anything you wish to share? Sorry, I saw you a bit excited there.
Right. Thank you, councillors. All done a really good job. Could I just point out that the last statement from Councillor Gilmore, the status quo isn't an option, however, standalone is, which will be enhanced by the government of the day. For me, I want to thank the submitters, all the submissions and also the ones that presented to council. They all had valid reasons and really good, made our job a lot harder. In our submission in our paper to the Tararua residents, we omitted to write down the finance borrowing up to 500%. That wasn't in it. We said we could borrow more money. A lot of people in Tararua don't want to borrow more money. And so that was that. The loss of assets, the water meters should have been in years ago. I look forward to them going in. And our consumption of water dropping. So a couple of comments about this council has been adhering to the water regulator for the previous X amount of years already and will continue to do it in the future. So with everything that's been presented to us, I know that this is going to go through no matter what, how I vote. But I will be voting for ratepayers and I will be staying true to myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one note of clarification, Councillor Long. Whilst we have been following regulation, we also have consents that are past their date, significantly so. Just noting that. Okay. Thank you. Right. Were there any further questions from this side? Comments? I just wanted to make a couple of comments. So I certainly acknowledge that the waters have split the sector. and they did that. So, did you have a comment, Councillor? Something? No. They have split the sector. You watched Local Government New Zealand, you watched Communities for Local Democracy. Tararua was a big part of that. And we heard loudly then, and we've heard loudly in our submissions around local voice and what that meant to our people. We've been through amalgamation, we know what that's like through stealth, and we completely understood that. So for us, our voice has always been really important. And I think I just wanted to acknowledge that came through clearly in the submitters. They'd given a lot of thought to that, but also to acknowledge the staff and the response to those submitters. I thought there were some really good comments and feedback. And to be fair, I probably took some sort of continuous improvement. I'd like to see us do something along those lines in annual plan and long-term plan responses as well. So the staff have done an incredible amount of work. Peter, the team, the finance team, the asset team, the waters team. It has just comms have done, and it's all been at pace on top of business as usual. So certainly, I just want to acknowledge that as well. I think for me, the models and forecasts, there's a lot of assumptions and factors and unknowns in there, and especially around what new regulations are coming. We've all heard what the previous government said, what this government said. Some of what this government has said, it does, that was in response to some of our concerns around communities for local democracy. I find it very interesting, and thank you for sharing around the Wanganui, Rangitikei and Ruapehu model, because I think that is very clear. They have indicated where you can't work together, they have had Crown facilitators. So whilst I like the opportunity to look at change and to do things differently, entering those next phase of negotiations is actually where they are commercial negotiations. Every council is tasked to look after the best interests of their residents and ratepayers. That's always been the case, and that's why you see these tensions coming in. And our bottom line going into any negotiations always must be that Tararua is better off. That's not going to change. And I think regardless of conversations around harmonisation, standardisation, ring fencing and all of those, there are still efficiencies to be gained through collaboration. I think with the enhanced standalone model, there's some real challenge with that. I think that you will see, whether it's Taumata Ararai, whether it's DIA, people will step in there. But I think for me, what I'd like to see too, and that is if we did go forward, the Department of Internal Affairs offered water services experts to sit with those teams as opposed to a Crown facilitator. I'd feel more comfortable going into some of those negotiations, having a member of the DIA there, but also into any next stages. I think for me an important part is, with Peter's absence, is actually having a talk to Brian about what further support might be required and what are those bottom lines. And I've written a couple down around the internal borrowing that needs to be discussed, the amalgamations and things like that. So the next stage of where we're headed, but I think the conversation that we do need to probably have now is actually what direction are we giving with staff. Councillor Gilmore, you mentioned you wouldn't be comfortable without an alteration to the motion. I am concerned, so you're looking for an alteration in an enhanced status quo as opposed to looking at any other, but remembering how late we are in the piece.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. For clarification, it would be mirroring the resolution from both Carterton and Masterton that have asked for continuation. So as the resolution is written, but also that we continue, or that we are developing. I can find the exact wording that they use, but that we develop an enhanced standalone model in conjunction. I was pleased to hear Peter say that from an operational perspective, that as long as we didn't need it to look pretty, that was doable, and that was particularly why I asked that question before I made that suggestion. I do think if it's doable to do from an operational perspective, that is a requirement for me to support the recommendation. Thank you.
It's going to go to the Chief Executive around that doability, given Peter's absence, and it's not a conversation that we have had.
Thank you, Your Worship. Probably just more for clarification. So today we're in deliberations, and at this point we've got two options in front of you, and the process from here is that your preferred option would be presented on the 11th of June for adoption. So if we put another option, we've still got the two options. So are you saying that basically the report's the same as it is today? So deliberations means that you have a preferred option. So are you saying, just to get it clear in my mind, that whatever you vote on will be still 1.4, and then there will be an added one to bring back for the next item? Or are you thinking that the next item on the 11th of June would have the additional resolution?
Thanks, Your Worship. Sorry, I will take a second to find the resolution. I don't think the minutes are out yet from those meetings, and I'll have to check my phone to see if I screenshotted what the decision was in both of those councils. I think it was very clear that the Y+T was the preferred option, and then it had a bit at the end that said that council would work on a enhanced status quo water services plan in conjunction. So it's really saying that we will produce two WSPs.
I'll just make one clarification, that the interpretation I took watching the meeting in Masterton having far greater resource, and I've noticed that around as well, they've had, multiple moving, they are already well developed in that, whereas Tararua District not so much with running the two at the same time. So they have had teams working on both already. That was the way I interpreted it.
So can I just, for clarification, was the meeting for adoption, or was that during their deliberations meeting? Which was adoption, Peter? So it's the next, that's the next meeting, not this one.
Yeah. I just clarify with you, Peter, Masterton District Council, are you able to shed any light on, have they been working on two, or have they been focused on Wairapatara?
So my understanding that we've got Ali and I separated this into two parts. One is to reply back to the constituents of their submissions. The other is, but that's not how the other councils ran theirs. They made the decision then and there. That's the difference. And so we have the opportunity to refine our position in respect of what they have discussed. So it's a slight advancement. But in terms of them all developing their own, would have done well plan, water service delivery plan, don't know. They haven't said that they are doing anything particularly. I know Carterton and I have been working on the models, for instance. I'm working on Southwise, and as I talk to you, it's just so you know. So we are developing the models of the individuals. I don't think there's any base document developed yet, but we have a new project director who will be completely over the top of all of this.
Brian?
Yep, through your worship. So yeah, I think we maybe, because we've done it differently, one meeting too early potentially for that resolution, because this is, I think it sort of covers it on 7.3, that the council is asked to deliberate on the matters raised through the submissions, received from the consultation, like I would have done well, options inside which of the two options be brought to the extraordinary for adoption. Which, what I'm hearing from Councillor Gilmore is that you'd want a preferred and then another one, which in a lot of ways is exactly what we sort of have here today. So I think we've done things slightly different. In terms of running with two models, yes, there is some modelling that Peter and the team is doing, but mainly probably around the finances. I think when we get into the service delivery plans, if we're running two, that will be extra amount of work for that process, which has to be completed by September, and that's probably where we would need to look at how we resource that.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Totally understand we're in a slightly different cycle, or the way we've done things is slightly different to the other potential partner councils, and that we're not making the final decision today. I think it's worth signalling that so staff are aware of what we're looking for. Otherwise, we need to have this whole conversation again on the 11th. But I'm comfortable with that if that's how people would like to proceed, and then I can make my decision on how I vote on the 11th. I want to reiterate why, though, why I think it's important, and I understand the resourcing that Masterton has through you, Your Worship, that the Chief Executive referred to. Carterton is a smaller council than ours, and I think that they very, very, very clearly saw the potential risk of negotiations being a challenge. If that was to happen, where would that leave their council and their ratepayers scrambling to try and do a standalone water services delivery plan? I don't want that for us. I would rather us be giving some consideration to that now, so we aren't caught out if that happens. And some of that, to be frank, was from the tone of some of the conversations around that table, and how I believe they may, understandably, want to be approaching negotiations. I think that presents a real clear and present risk that I hope doesn't become apparent, but I think, it would be ill-advised for us not to consider that. So if people aren't wanting that to be in there now, fine. Because we'll have our next discussion on the 11th, but I would be concerned to vote for it on the 11th if we didn't have that protection. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. I certainly did pick up the tone in that. I guess then, Councillor Sullivan, you can give me, sorry. Sorry, we were just having some process conversations. I think for me, the intervention from the DIA as part of those negotiations and some assistance in that would overcome that. I don't think that an enhanced standalone model, I think there would be intervention prior to that, and that's what I took from the Minister's letter, and I guess I take it further, and I'd be really interested, and I might have some conversations with the Wanganui and Ringatiki and Ruapehu councils around where they got to in that change and what happened there, just to understand that. So I guess I am just a little bit concerned about doing a whole pile of work, but I definitely picked up the tone and changed some of the, and that's where I came to the comments I made around those negotiations are commercial ones to be made in the best interests of residents, and they need to be treated as such. And I think in Masterton there was some indication that they would be taking Morrison Low into those rooms, and it certainly did raise that. But look, that is our job, to have those negotiations for the best interests of residents for each council. But I think that can be mitigated, and I think DIA will be watching that closely. Brian.
Thank you, Bishop. Just the other consideration is if we obviously put resourcing through to the multi or the CCO, and it did fall through because of another council making a decision, we would still have to then look at our other options anyway. So we would then have to go look what our options are. At that point, I think we would have some sympathy with the DIA to say that we did actually we went ahead with what was, so whether it's a resolution or not, we would have to pivot at that point. But I sort of thinking if it doesn't happen, we've put a lot of resourcing into something that may not be necessary. So I guess my advice to council is we would have to do that anyway, but only when the tide changes, not leading up just in case it does happen.
I've got a couple of deep ponderings. Councillor allow your question, and then we have got one motion there. I might look to see where that goes and then whether we need amendments. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tracy. I hear what Councillor Gilmore is actually saying. So even if the possibility, if we come to the 11th, so what we're going to get on the 11th is just a proposal for option 1. If we were to come to on the 11th of June and say, no, we don't like that, then you're going to do the work for us, the option of standing alone. Is that what would happen? Or, if we stand alone and do an enhanced program there, or are we going to look at other options, not just that, maybe the amalgamating with someone else and stuff? Is that when we're going to do our pivot? Possibly, if we don't agree with the 11th, on the 11th of June.
Through your worship, I think in terms of process, that's probably when you would do it, because that's when you're adopting. Here we're deliberating and choosing the preferred option to bring back. And it depends on the resolution at that point. Would it be to explore or be ready? But I think what I'm hearing from Councillor Gilmore, it's basically go ahead with, give us the authority to continue negotiating, but have a backup plan should it fail. Then we've got plan B. I guess what I was saying before is that if it does fail, we'd have to move to plan B or C or D anyway, but we'd do it at that point, not at the point where we put resourcing into it from day one.
I think the comment that I'll make, not just before I go to you, Councillor Johns, is we went out and we consulted on a preferred option. The submitters have given us their views around that. What we're instructing the team to do is to go back and put that to council, have those negotiations, then the plan B, and it might not look like a Tararua standalone. There may be something else. I think there'll be other interventions, but that is what we've gone out as our preferred model when we consulted with the public. Councillor Johns.
You probably usurped the comment I was going to make, but I was going to suggest 1.5 to the recommendation, development of an enhanced standalone model, or enhanced standalone model be developed. Now, it may not be ready for the 11th of June, but we may end up on the 11th of June deciding we don't want to amalgamate with one other council because they've all,
That they have, all of their decisions have been to proceed with the Wairarapa Tararua model. I think what we're reacting to is the tone of the Masterton District Council's meeting and some of their resolutions in there. So that's what we're reacting to. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I won't try and keep jumping in. The tone is important for me, but it was specifically the resolutions and the discussions around that they are happy to move to negotiation. This is speaking of Masterton in particular. They're happy to move to negotiation. They believe that they're in a position where they can stand alone. Carterton followed that, saying to protect their ratepayers unanimously, they needed to be considering a plan B, even if they knew that that wouldn't be sustainable long term, but it would stop their staff having to scramble if that happened. That means that they could be compliant and then work on a plan C from there. I'm just trying to be prudent for our ratepayers. Whether we do that in this resolution now or not, I'm relaxed about. But I do want to signal very, very, very clearly, if we don't do it in this resolution today, I would find it very challenging on the 11th to support a resolution to continue with that without the backup plan. So I just want to be really transparent about that.
Okay, thanks Councillor Gilmore, and not everyone here would have watched the Carterton meeting, so I haven't watched Carterton. I've read the report, however I did watch Masterton. Councillor Sutherland, you've got a comment, but I have got one recommendation from Brian to follow, so make your comment. Yeah.
Masterton didn't have any comments about a plan B, and that they talked about it around the table, but they just agreed to progress the YT, but then and develop a commitment plan, which they, of course, they put in non-standardisation, share allocation, decision making. So they may have a plan B, they might have a standalone there, possibly, but
Was in the resolution, Kieran?
no.
Was in the resolution.
Well,
We don't have a copy of that resolution, it's because it's not out yet. Brian's just got one comment.
Thank you, Worship. So I'm just sort of speaking around how this could sort of suit everyone and operationally as well. I think there could be something around a resolution in terms of that should a council back out, such as Masterton, not continue, then officers will come back to council with plan B and C options at that point. And I think what we're saying is we're highlighting that the council's committed to go with the CCO. Should it then fail at any point, that officers are prepared, and then that will ensure that, because ultimately that's my responsibility, I guess. So what we'll say is that should any other councils withdraw from the CCO at any point, that officers are ready with alternate plans, which would include a standalone CCO, but it just means we won't necessarily put massive amounts of resources into that work. I think it shows a bit more of a commitment to the other councils, but will also ensure that we're ready to go. And I think that could be in this. I still think it's probably tidier to be in the next resolution, but we'll ensure any item that's brought back to council includes that.
So if I recorded that with 1.5, should a council withdraw, officers will come back with alternate options.
I think in the
next one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll have the third option and then another option around should any council withdraw, we will then bring back other options to council.
Right.
But we'll work on that between now and then.
And Ellie will record that, just so she's got those words. Councillor Woods.
Just for clarification, Your Worship, my understanding today's purpose was to acknowledge all of the engagement, the submissions, the experience, the interpretation from our community, to be able to highlight whether the options of CCO versus standalone are considered by a community. I think we've well and truly looked at that, we've analysed, we've had our officers prepare responses. That's the purpose of today, is, in my view, we go for option one, we direct the officers to prepare that for us on the 11th of June. I would think, given the depth of work that goes into preparation of the paper, there will be a risk analysis. There will be the ability out of that report to understand what Plan B, C, D and E. That's how I've interpreted today's paper.
Thank you, Councillor Wards. Right, we've got the recommendation on page 81, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 and 1.4 as stands. I'm happy to move that. Sorry.
Accepted or declined the late submission.
Sorry, with 1.2, I've highlighted that we accept the late submission. I'm happy to do that as well for that one. So I'm happy to move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wards. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Councillor Long, we'll record that. Do you wish to make any comment? To or against?
Thank you for the opportunity. I realise that it's going to go through anyway, but looking at it just from a local point of view, that this is the way I look at it. Okay, thank you.
I hope you will give the next paper due consideration. Thank you. Right, thank you, councillors. Certainly some robust discussion around that, and given the level of community engagement and people's strong views on water and their views around keeping it local and having their input there as well. So with that, I'm going to adjourn before Councillor Franklin faints with hunger. So we'll adjourn for 30 minutes for lunch. Thank you. Okay. Right, thank you, councillors. I'm just wondering if I can move in the agenda, please. If we can take item 10.7, the contestable fund round, and bring that forward, and then we'll move into the urban enhancement strategy after that. Okay, so that is page 211 of your agenda. Okay. Right, Carter, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is round 2 of the contestable fund grants, and what I'm presenting here is the first or initial cut of the recommended amounts allocated to the applicants, and I have also included the justification or the reasoning behind allocating those amounts. In this report, I would also like us to have a look at maybe an opportunity to review the criteria and also the process or the approach going forward. So perhaps we can start with the recommended allocation amount. So,
Councillor Wards.
Excuse me, Your Worship. Sorry, Carter. Are we going to declare conflicts of interest now, or? Okay. Just.
So, I'll just go round each councillor. I've noted a conflict of interest for myself on the Friends of the Dennyburg Domain. Councillor Peter Weber.
Dennyburg Community Board.
Councillor Franklin. None. Councillor Chase. No. Councillor Johns. Woodville Bowling Club and Woodville Art and History. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, the Dannyburg Bowling Club. Dannyburg Bowling Club and the Dannyburg Sports Club Incorporated.
Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dannyburg Sports Club Incorporated.
Councillor Gilmore.
Tararua.
Councillor Sutherland. It's Councillor Long. Okay, thank you.
thank you, Your Worship. So, as you will recall from round 1, we allocated a provisional allocation of $10,000 to Te Apiti projects. So the recommendation here, so the condition was that the project would have started by round 2. The project has not started, so the update that we have received is that the project has not started. So one of the recommendations here is to not to allocate the $10,000 to, $20,000 to Te Tahua Orangitani. So on that basis, we had $50,000 to allocate. So starting with the Pahietoa Bowling Club, they requested $4,284.70, and we are recommending the allocation of $1,500, and this is to fund the timber, just a partial funding of the timber replacement.
If anyone has any concerns just with any of these, just raise your hand. So I'm just going to look up as we do each one. Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. The only concern I have about that one is by cutting it back to that much, they can't really do anything at all. So my suggestion would be then, if that's the case, that we still go ahead and give them that money, and that we'll find a way to help them get some further funding elsewhere.
Thanks, Councillor Franklin. I think if they have some seed funding, there are other options that they can utilise. Councillor Peter Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Am I able to just comment about an application and the way we're doing it, and then before we get to there? Just because I think, is it all right? Instead of going individually? I just wanted to comment, and I like supporting international students, and I just want to say this from the start. Our international fund, and my son actually got money from that when he represented New Zealand for volleyball. We used to give out $800 for a student travelling, and now we're suggesting giving out $10,000.
We'll do that one when we come to it, because that is a topic that many of us, and Carter wasn't aware of those previous
Oh,
sums of
okay, yeah.
800 and 1,500, so it will definitely come up at that one.
Yeah, I just think
Yeah.
that we could give that, some of that extra money to others.
Correct.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Aidan Lyons, we're recommending the allocation of 3,500. Again, it's a partial funding for the equipment.
Thank you.
Friends of the Mangatinoka Pahiatua Cemetery, they have a large project, or they have a really nice project, but unfortunately, because of the requests that we are having, so what we are proposing is to fund $2,000 as a partial funding for repairing the previous mayor of Pahiatua Memorial.
Thank you.
Roahini Ramblers, we are not recommending any amount to be allocated to them, and the reason is because of the low benefit to the community based on their application.
Thanks, Councillor Chase.
Thank you through you, Mayor Tracy. I actually disagree with that. I actually think that they should be given the full amount of $1578.50. They are a community group that here in Dannyburg, where a lot of many of our elderly, mature members.
Be careful.
Yes, I am trying very careful. Mature members who actually do give a lot to our community. What they are asking for is to help support them using some of our facilities that we as the council actually own. So pretty much what they want us to do to help them to stay sustainable is to help pay for a facility which we own. So that is what they're actually asking, and I see that as money that is actually contributing to the community because it's actually utilising our facilities that we have. And if we become a bit of a barrier to stop them from using some of our facilities, or because we won't support them with some of their cost, I think that they actually do fit the criteria, and I would like for us to give them the full amount of $1578.50.
Thanks, Councillor Chase. I think I'll go to Councillor Wallace, and then I think make a list of the ones that we disagree with as we go through, and then at the end we can look at making recommendations, but we'll note that one. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, because the same thing is because these people do, if you're of mature age and you want to, it's more about friendships. They meet down there and anyone can join it, and they do offer us something that is unique. And don't forget, they did apply, they've been turned down once, and this is what this contestable fund's about. Hopefully it's going to be like shedding all that wealth around the place, and they obviously don't expect it every year. And there's another name that's going to come up in a minute, and I'll put my hand up again. But I totally agree with Councillor Chase there on that one.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. And councillors, one of the previous things that the funding did do was used when it was distributed amongst community organisations was to help with facility hire. So just make that note. Right. Thanks, Carter.
Thank you, Your Worship. Dannyburg Berlin Club. So we are recommending not to allocate any amounts. Again, in comparison to all of the other applications, we thought it was a low community benefit in comparison to all of the other applications.
Councillor Wallace, I'm just going to check your. Was this is one you were conflicted in?
I am conflicted, huh? Yeah. Should I speak?
You shouldn't. You're conflicted in your thoughts on this one. You're a member, or?
I am a member.
Okay.
It helps if I clarify what declared conflict.
Yeah, if you can, thanks, Sally.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, when you declare a conflict of interest, that means that you do not participate in the debate and do not vote.
On the item that you've declared on, so not on all of them. Okay, Ikitahuna Golf Club.
Again, for the same reason, not recommending any amounts for the low. So obviously this is based on what they have asked for, and they have itemised what they would like to fund, and so what they are asking to fund is of low community benefit in comparison to other applications. Thank you.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I'd like this, when we come to it, to have some further consideration if we see if there's any funds remaining. The reason being, I don't think there's anything else in there for Eketahuna, but they also are a group that were regular recipients of the grants from the Eketahuna Community Board. So I'd just like there to be some more consideration to that if we have extra funds when we finish this process. Thank you.
We'll note that one down for discussion. Sorry, Councillor Johns.
Yes, I'd like to comment on that too. The Eketahuna Golf Course has a very small membership and they struggle to survive, unlike some of the other golf clubs in the district, a couple of them. And it's the jewel in the crown for Eketahuna, that golf club. That's what makes Eketahuna. They get a lot of people coming to play there, and some of that money is spent in the town. I'm not sure quite what's on their list of needs or requirements, but I support the application for those funds.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. What I'll do is I'll note these and we'll go back through these so that people have the opportunity to revisit what each application was for. Councillor Chase.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yes, I do too agree that we should be supporting some funds towards the Eketahuna Golf Club. I did read their submission. A lot of the hours that they are providing is voluntary as well, and what they are actually asking for some support to actually maintain their facilities. And I see this as a community benefit for all of Eketahuna and to visitors that come to the golf course.
Thank you. We'll note that one down.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may make an observation, please, while going through these applications, the moderation was, we did moderate all the amounts allocated at the end, and quite a few of them, or a number of them, had the paint as something they wanted to cover. And that's not, we haven't taken that into consideration. I'd just like you to think about, if we do fund the paint for one applicant, then we might, I'd just like you to think about that, please. Thank you. Okay, Te Rehunga Public Hall Society. Similar, again, really is that moderation exercise we did at the end, and looking at what we were funding and being consistent in what we were funding. We didn't allocate any amounts to this applicant. Ngāti Kahungunu. Ngāti Kahungunu have applied for 16,800. We have not allocated any funds this time around, just because of the nature of it was an event, I think, that they wanted to fund.
Thanks, Councillor Chase.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Through you, Mayor Tracy. I would like us to reconsider us offering them some support in this capacity. This is an opportunity for 3 rangatahi to actually go over to the Youth Expos in Japan. It's an awesome opportunity not only for our rangatahi. In the last few months we've had to deal with, and personally with some rangatahi that are struggling within schools and stuff here in the district. I see this as an opportunity, a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, as a possibility for them to be able to have strong aspirations about themselves, as well as the identity of who they are. But also, not only that, these rangatahi will be able to promote Tararua District over in the world stage, being who they are, proud to be from the Tararua District, because the 3 rangatahi that will be selected to go on participate in this will be from this district, and they will be going to meet, see what is out there on the world stage and what opportunities that they will be able to bring to this community, but also promote who we are over there. So I see multiple benefits for us to be supporting this proposal. So I would like that to be considered at the end of this.
Thanks, Councillor Chase. Certainly support further discussion on that one, so I'll note that one down.
Through your worship, if I may make another observation, please. So the itemised, so under the expenditure, everything is itemised of what they want to fund, and it does make it a bit hard when we look at what they want to itemise across all the applications, what they want to fund across all the applications, and we're saying we'd like to, for example, fund catering for this one and then not for the other one. It is very tricky. In addition to that, every successful applicant will have to submit an accountability report, and it's very specific on what they have actually spent the funds on. So if we take a line of what they want to fund, that's what the accountability report is going to be. If we give them just a generic amount, well, again, I'd just like you to think about that. It just makes it a little bit, tricky really to track what the funds were spent on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to Dannyburg Gallery of History. So we are recommending 2,115 as a partial funding for the Past Perfect software, purely just for the software.
Can I just make a query that software that's not scanning, that's a system of archiving? Okay. Yep. No, the only reason I ask that is there is funding. There is one that is being shared amongst museums in Woodville and Norsewood. So I think that's great when we can have assets here but not double up.
My Kirikiri Marae, we're recommending $2,000. They have a really nice project planned, and what we are recommending is to fund the fruit trees and materials. Friends of the Dannyburg Domain. We're recommending, it's a large amount that they are requesting, but we are recommending funding the stage 1 of the project because it was the most important stage of their project. We are really recommending to fund it fully in order for them to be able to continue with their project. Rohini School Parents for Kids. This was another trip, which is great to see, but what we are recommending again, in comparison to other applicants where there was travel involved, so we're recommending just partial funding for flights. I think the amount was for 2 parents and 2 kids, but what we are saying is 1 kid, 1 parent, not 2 parents. So hence what the amount is for.
How did you consider this one up against Ngāti Kahanunu's with opportunities? So just seeking to understand that. And Councillor Johns, you've got a question as well.
Yes. I'm opposed to funding schools, and I know over the years our Lions Club gets requests from schools, and we've basically adopted a view that we don't fund schools. So, the Ministry of Education should be doing that, and or parent committees and whatever should be doing it, not outside agencies. And I think this fits in exactly the same category as far as I'm concerned. We shouldn't fund schools.
I'll mark it for some further discussion with the group. The only comment that I would make, Councillor Johns, is it's getting very difficult for schools because everybody has that funding stance, but there's only certain things that are covered by the Ministry of Education.
You open yourself up for every other school to be
Cool. Yep. There's already a second one in. Councillor Wallace.
Yes, just replying to that, I remember that quite vividly at the last meeting we had here, and the criteria was set down, and obviously the panels met and thought of that criteria that we passed, and hence your decision, because it's not actually school funding, it's something outside of that. Is that correct? I just want to try and make sure that's clear. Thank you.
So I'll highlight that one for some further discussion. Did you have a comment, Councillor Franklin?
No, I was just double checking something.
Tararua Junior Football Club, full funding. We're recommending full funding for the club. Daniver Community Board. So this is for installing the flag tracks and the whole system. What we are recommending is partial funding towards installing the flag track system on some street poles, not the entire streets, but maybe a couple or three, just to help out.
Councillor Wards.
So I do have a question around this, Your Worship. I wasn't able to determine whether or not they've tried to get funding anywhere else to support this. Because having seen the presentation of the flag track system and the cost per pole, they're not going to get a lot out of this. And are you aware, oh, you can't talk anyway, sorry, Your Honour. I'm just trying to determine, have they got alternative sources? Because when these were installed in Woodville, they fundraised, didn't they?
They did. In the south, they do have other funding options that aren't available here in the northern part of the district. But if I can just check with either Councillor Johns or Councillor Gilmore, do you know where the Woodville ones were funded from, Councillor Gilmore?
Thanks, Your Worship. My understanding, Councillor Johns can correct me if I'm wrong, it came from saved built-up funds of Positively Woodville.
That's right, and also through Positively Woodville.
Ali's just confirmed that the board has also put in $10,000 of their own funds that we've given, so yeah, okay. Do you want to peg that one for some further discussion, or are you happy with that?
I'm happy. I just that amount will only get them a couple of polls, and if they really want to do this project, and I know they're all quite passionate about it, then you know, I would have thought an application to us would have been to top it up, not to start it or fully fund the project.
So I guess they've got without I'd have to go back over that. Yeah, they've still only got half. So I guess my question is, did you want to reconsider that in the ones that we'll discuss further, or are you happy with that 2,500?
Sure, they'll be great for anything, but
yep.
You know, I guess partial funding, and Carter made the comment that you're going to get an accountability report on 3 polls. Is that really what this is about, or is it about actually making a difference to these applicants on getting them across the line for at least something? So I'm just mixing and matching it, Your Worship.
Thanks. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I don't want to get too much into the detail because we're not yet, but I do think this could be flagged for some further conversation if we have other money left over. Reason being is this could make quite an impact for Dannevirke as a town, so quite keen for that to be talked about.
No, that's fine. I'll note that one there. Right, Kara, next one.
Right, then for the next one, we are not recommending any amounts, again, for the belief that low community benefit.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. I looked at this one and I thought we don't get a lot of applications from Herbertville, and this is probably one of the hubs of Herbertville, a bit like Peter Johns said about Ikahuna's Golf Club. It's a place where they all meet, socialise and play golf together, plus run some big tournaments. So for a small amount, it could mean a lot to this community.
Thanks, we'll flag that one for some further discussion. Right, I think you're up to the one that we probably have got some discussion around.
Sure, so
and just
recommending
yeah.
$10,000 for Lucas Knight, and that's a partial funding to support the young athletes.
I think we'll just go back. I'll flag that one for further discussion, because if we stick to some of those principles, it is really around $800 for Australasia and $1,500 for international. Yeah, so that one there might be where some of those funds, some of those surplus funds come from. Thanks.
Tararua Reap, we're recommending $410 for the partial funding of the resources and the materials that they need. AL Clark is a private business. They have applied in round one and they weren't successful. It is for the exact same project. So again, we are not recommending anything for AL Clark this round. Ormondville Hall, we're recommending $4,000. Let me just double check why we're recommending $4,000. Yeah, this is to just support with their viaduct projects that they are initiating.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Ormondville Hall and Domain Board, how big's the Domain Board? I mean, presumably they're leasing that, are they, and getting an income from it?
I'll have to get, yeah, I believe so. I think they are leasing I believe so, yes. I don't know how much income they're getting. I'll just see if Sarah can help us out.
Okay.
I know other halls around the district, you've only got about 10 acres or something attached to them, and at the time that they were created was to the lease of that land paid for the hall alongside it, and most of them seem to cope okay.
Councillor Wards.
I have this wrong, Councillor Johns, but this is to do with the viaduct project that has been presented at a community board. So I think they're trying to put together the business case, and there's going to be a lot of community input, but they're looking for funding to help set up. They're trying to set up a viewing platform for the viaduct itself. They see it as a bit of a tourism. So it's not really the hall that's going to make the benefit. It'll be the. Have I got that one right? Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely right.
Thanks for that clarification.
Weber Community Committee, we are recommending full funding of $700.
No, I'm up to Woodville Bowling Club.
Apologies, I missed that one. Bowling Club. Where is it? Oh, yes. Yes, so the Woodville Bowling Club requests for repaying the rates, past rates, hence we're not recommending any amounts. Woodville Art and History, we are not recommending any amounts.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I'd be very keen for us to give some extra consideration to Rinatawa. Their their exhibitions and events are very valuable, I think, for our community and for our whole district. So I'd be quite keen for there to be some discussion if there is extra funds.
Thank you. Dennyburg Community Garden.
We are recommending $2,000, and that's as a partial funding for the garden infrastructure and plants and other consumables.
Yeah, we'll bring that one back as well.
Okay, Dunkirk Regent Cinema, we are not recommending any amounts.
Councillor Wallace.
Mate, point of reason? I know. I read it and it was quite confusing. I can go back into it, but I know Paitua's got one, and they're working, or basically the business case is you basically say standalone, even if it's run all by volunteers. Okay, thanks.
Okay. The Pahiatia Cinema's not applying, are they?
No, I didn't say
that.
I said I know Paitua's got one.
Yeah. So would you like some discussion on that, Councillor Wallace, or are you just making an observation?
It's more an observation. I'm just trying to make the feel-good factor, for people. But if they don't meet the criteria, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm total agreement with your decisions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Franklin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Steve, Pahiatua Regent Cinema have applied to funding agencies. As it's been pointed out, we do have more opportunities in Pahiatua for that. However, and I don't know what their operating costs are like at the Regent Theatre here or what their turnover is. It's kind of hard to tell whether or not.
The funding was towards the operating cost of the cinema.
Right, not getting the feel anyone's bringing that back, but I do note they're doing a fantastic job, and certainly the numbers that are going through and watching movies are hard to support just for operating costs. So when we go through, yeah, thanks.
Dunkirk Sports Club.
Your Worship. Sorry, point of qualification. I stuck my name up because of a conflict of interest, but I'm not a financial member. I'm the guy that they call, because we just do our bit. So I don't know if that qualifies me as a financial member. So it doesn't. Good. So what I'm asking here, and looking at their submission, and what they're trying to do, I think it's a little bit like anything to do with sports in our district. And this particular is our only one in this northern end for rugby. But they do a great job in this league, I know too. But I do note one thing here which is really good, which I think maybe it might be a little column that we could sit in there so we can see this picture, and might have been in the other applicants. I see you noted here they have applied in round one, but you didn't mention that in other submissions, like the Ramblers. You didn't say unsuccessful in round one. So what I'm trying to do, it kind of gives us a better picture of who's got what and when they got it and so on. Just a suggestion on that one. So yeah, I'd like that to just be bounced around, because this here, yeah, that's just my opinion on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace, and we'll take that feedback on board in regards to whether they've applied before and whether they were successful as well. And just a dollar amount, because I think it does help when we're trying to spread the funds. Okay, just noting that there's a few coming back. But what I think would, going forward, you'll need a mover and a seconder to bring them back maybe. Right, next one.
The next one is the Ormondville Rail Preservation Group, asking for $18,000, and we have not allocated any amounts. Okay. Weber Community Committee, they've asked for $700. We are recommending the full funding of $700. Roahini Maori Wardens, we're not recommending allocating any amounts, and the reason is because it's for petrol, to cover petrol costs, and that was pretty much the reason why we travel and petrol costs.
I guess the challenge I have with that is, given our recent civic honour and hearing and understanding just some of the work that they do, that largely is visiting and meeting those needs. So that would be the only comment that I would make. Councillor Peter Weber. So even though it's petrol, there is a return on that.
Yeah, I do note that they do quite a big job in the whole community, and they do travel quite a way to do that job. So it's at Tangi, it's distributing food to people in need, and so they don't have a lot of other costs. So this is probably one of their biggest costs that, so I think we should look at that again because they do a great job in our community.
If I may please, Your Worship, the other reasoning behind it is that because it's an operational cost going forward, we sort of felt like, what are they going to do when those funds have run out? And that was one of the main reasons behind not funding operational costs, because it's ongoing. We do see the benefit, but it's the ongoing nature of it. Thank you. Te Ahua Turanga Marae.
Yeah, that one there. Now that's an operational cost for it's an event. I don't know, and I've got nothing against it, but does that marae know there's $30 million by this budget the government's given to Margariti events, which they would be allowed to apply for?
The comment that I would make is in the government's announcement last year, Ngāti Kahanunu didn't receive any funding whatsoever for their Matariki event, and that's phenomenal. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. You've covered the first part because we were quite hopeful for some other events that there would be Matariki funding coming into the district, and there was a large pool, but we were quite disappointed throughout the district. I did just want to touch on that though, of it is event funding, it's not operational funding, so it's not for wages or for other pieces. This is for a event and providing food for that. Woodville doesn't have, it hasn't in the past, and I'm not aware of it this year, a separate public Matariki event. This one, Her Worship and I attended last year, incredibly well put together and quite meaningful for the community, so I'm very supportive of it.
Councillor Chase.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Tracy. Yes, I agree that we need to be supporting Te Ahua Turanga Marae for an event as it's becoming quite a popular venue for community gatherings for Woodville, and it is also a venue where they are also using to support the rangatahi that have been excluded from Tararua College. So if they're putting on an event, this is going to be something great for the community, and I actually see that there is community benefit for Woodville and for the wider Tararua districts. That Marae has done quite a bit. It is also, I think we need to remind everyone that it has also made itself available for anything for civil defence, any support within the community, and I would like to hope that we would fully fund that whole request.
Lumina Solar, we're not recommending any amounts. And the reason is that there is alternative funding opportunity that we will discuss with them. And Jamie Monaghan, we're not recommending any amount at this time. Well, it's just purely because the financials have not been confirmed yet. Once confirmed, we will recommend that they submit to an urgent application.
Thanks for the work that you've done on that. It's not an easy task by any means. Councillor Chase, can I just check on the on the Te Ahua Turanga? You're comfortable with the conversation that the 500 holds, and they've had further conversations about other funding opportunities? You're comfortable with that? We still want that added into the mix.
Okay. It's still included in the mix.
Okay. So the only applications, if we take the same approach as the sports funding, and the application for Lucas Knight is reduced to 1,500, that provides 8,500. The only other application that is there that received funding that needed further discussion was Ruahine School. So I guess, councillors, if you have that conversation first, then you'll understand what we've got left to be working with on the others. So Ruahine School, I'll just get the application number. Have you got it in front of you, Carter? I'm just running through them quickly.
Page 115 there.
115. Thank you. So it is travel within New Zealand, but they are representing us.
Your Worship, so this is for 3 kids with their parents, and it's for the flights, accommodation, rental car, food, and some clothing.
So I was just crunching some numbers there. Thank you, councillors, if you had a chance to have a look at that. Noting that anything that we do here does set a precedent going forward, so we just need to have that, and I just sort of looked at that as what it would look like with the $800 for Australasian travel, 1,500 international. Do we set something that is, you know, for representation within New Zealand, and put a figure there, noting that these children will need parental supervision. So that conversation. So do we want to have a discussion around what that might look like in a figure? Councillor Long, you want to make a comment?
Just what is the criteria for this fund? I know there's 1,500 previously. for overseas, I think, and internal, but what was the Pacific criteria in this fund, please?
We don't have any criteria for this. The eligibility criteria, I've attached it for your information again. It is part of the attachment, the eligibility criteria, because we'll need to talk about that later, but I wasn't aware of a set amount for domestic travel or international travel.
And we did make, and that was one of the things we tried to do was to make that criteria wide so that we could offer that out amongst as many people, and that has been hugely successful, but it's also made it hugely challenging. So it is something that we will be looking to tighten up for the team. So, yeah, there isn't anything. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Taking that into account, should we look at the 800 per child as a baseline to going forward for domestic travel?
Okay, thanks, Councillor Petty-Weber. Councillor Chase.
Apologies. Is that in line with those? So is that the same amount we're giving to those that are representing the country when they go do within Australasia?
Okay. Interesting. Ali has had a look at resolutions from the past.
800 for further afield.
Okay, so it's 500, 500 for Australasia and 800 for further afield. That I might be recalling there's only ever been one period where that sports fund was tight. There was one particular year that we did drop down.
This is not going back for the last couple of years. All the ones
Okay.
that we've made this
Right.
premium
Right.
at that amount.
Okay, so we'll change that. So Australasian travel is 500, international travel is 800. Yeah, because the fund was only ever $5,000 total. Yeah. Go Councillor Gilmore, then Councillor Wallace.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Noting what Ali has said, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what we have to set as a criteria moving forward, because this is a new one. I definitely feel more comfortable if we have a bit more of a consistent approach with sports people and other representatives. If we don't think that the amounts that we've given previously were appropriate, I'm certainly open to the conversation about increasing them if we need to.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace.
Yes, Mayor Tracy, much along those same lines, because we want to make these kids, blossom. And if they've got something to achieve too, and they know they can have some assurance, because don't forget, there's only certain people that will achieve, and but it will benefit all of the district.
Yep.
So I think that's going along. What is the right figure? Yeah, it needs a good discussion.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Taking into account Ali's comments, I'm thinking maybe 500 is better for domestic, and because the international travel is a lot more expensive, maybe looking at 1,000 instead of 800. I just think that 800 doesn't really get them much. Doesn't even get a return flight for that. Up to discussion.
Yep. Okay. 15 further.
Sorry, Your Worship, I was thinking out loud. I don't disagree with Councillor Erina. 500 domestic, 1,000 Australasia, 1,500 further afield feels kinda, and that was sort of what we were talking about before we heard what we had done before. But I agree. We need to be fostering opportunities for some of these young people.
No, and just before, I think they sound really reasonable, before we move and second those, and then that becomes the precedent, so that is where we sit. Can I just get some clarification on adults travelling with minors? No, that's it. Look, it's fine, it's just that we've had that conversation, we've set that, and that's also the precedent going forward. Okay, councillor Long?
So, a couple of councillors have said, moving forward, what we're addressing here is this application. It wouldn't apply to the figures that you were just talking about.
So I think where we're doing it, we try and once something's been set, then that becomes the precedent for any further applications and the natural expectations. So the team aren't sitting there analysing every application and where they're going on merit. They're saying, okay, if you're travelling to Australasia, the amount we're going to recommend is $1,000. So they've got that there. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, but will that apply to these applications here? Oh.
That's what we're looking to do, yes.
I disagree with that because the panel has made their judgment on what was here. And I agree with if you want to change it, we do that at the end of the meeting and carry that forward. Yep.
That's what we are doing. The panel they have made these recommendations, but they weren't aware of the previous information in regards to some of that funding. So we're just tidying that up now. Yeah. Right. So I've got here domestic at $500, Australasian at $1,000, international at $1,500. Can I get somebody to move that, and then we'll move the recommendation?
I'll move that, Mayor Tracy.
Okay, moved by councillor Petty-Weber, seconded by councillor Chase, and that is applied, that mechanism is applied to the Ruahine School Parents for Kids application, so that would make that application of $1,500. Councillor Gilmore.
Your Worship, I think perhaps it also would apply to the Kahanunu application, yeah. There's a consistent piece.
No, that's fine. Okay, so given that one, if we go to Lucas Knight, we'll do that application first, and then that gives us the amount of money that we are playing with. 2 seconds to recalculate that.
Your Worship, Lucas is application 2018, and they are going to Spain.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just doing the calculations on the fund as we were doing it. Right. Okay, so given that one, if we apply that same principle, that would be an amount of $1,500 being awarded. Can I have somebody move that one? Thanks, councillor Petty-Weber, and seconded councillor Chase. Councillor Long, you want to make a comment?
My comment would be if we can afford to give $10,000 to the CEO of Pukawa, then we can give $10,000 to this student who will benefit Tararua far more.
Thank you, councillor Long. Right, so that there, if I've calculated that correctly, councillors, gives us, I've got $8,500 left from Ruahine School and $8,500 left from Lucas Knight's application, $3,500 from Ruahine School, which gives us, what, 14?
Your Worship, we've got a calculator here. We're adding up in an Excel spreadsheet.
Sorry, well that makes that helpful. Right, now we can move into the other one. So the figure that we've got to work with for applications is?
So we have 1,500.
I've got the total.
Can you just
give
the
me
figure?
what we've got left to allocate?
37,500
is what we've spent.
37,500 is what we're up to at the moment.
Okay.
Without adjusting Ngāti, have you adjusted Ngāti Kahungunu?
Yeah, so we'll have that one now.
Okay, thank you.
So with Ngāti Kahungunu, how many rangatahi are going on that trip, Naima? 3, and they are going internationally, which would be $1,500 to each one. Okay. Yep. So if we do that, it would be 4,500. Right, then we're down to the other applicants. What's the dollar figure that we have got left to allocate?
My maths isn't good.
That's what I said.
So we've got 12,500. 12,500. Yes.
It's taking into account the 4.5 that we've
Yes.
just okay.
Yeah.
Given to Ngāti Kahungunu. Okay, thank you. Right, so we've got 12,500 for discussion over the following applications. Ruahine Ramblers, Eketahuna Golf Club, Dannevirke Community Board, Cape Turnagain Golf Club, Woodville Art and History, Dannevirke Garden, and the Ruahine Maori Wardens. So if we start at the top with Ruahine Ramblers. Yeah, happy with the you just said happy, but yep, Councillor Wallace.
Sorry, this meeting is starting to get a bit hazy. So what we're talking about, we've got 12,500 and now we're just going to allocate the money. Is that correct?
Over that we're going to discuss the applications
Right.
that we put there for further discussion, and 12,500 is what we have to allocate to those.
Well, I'm happy to, on this occasion, as what Councillor Chase said, because I think this is a good cause, and I'd like to see that go forward. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? I'm just can someone give me that page number, please, for that one? Does anyone have any questions or further comments on that application? Just noting that, there was, you've got the 1578 is the full sports centre hireage. Yep. Comfortable with that? $1,578.50 is the full hireage. It's not the full application, but it is the full hireage amount for using the stadium. So Councillor Wallace is comfortable with that in full. Councillor Chase, you happy? Okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Okay. Great, and if you can just subtract that as we go. Right, Eketahuna Golf Club. Page number for that. Yep. Councillor Gilmore, and I guess one question I had for you is, actually it might be Councillor Long, the Eketahuna Community Board funding applications that the golf club do normally apply for their funding through there, have they done that this year, or are those applications just being advertised now? They don't open until after the 1st of July, so that's fine. That's a large portion of what we have left to allocate, Councillor Johns. Sorry? Okay. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. My suggestion was going to be, seeing as that is a large amount that they're asking for, is almost kind of come back to that, because I think we need to see how much we have remaining, because there are some other ones in there that are for smaller amounts that I think will probably be ticking off, but I think that money's going to disappear real quick.
So do I. Thank you. Okay, we'll do that with that one. I'll move to the smaller ones. Cape Turnagain Golf Club. So, Councillor Peter Weaver, did you wish to speak to this one again?
I think that one was for 1,000, wasn't it? It's a small amount. Yeah, I suggest 1,000 gets given to them. I move that 1,000 gets given.
Yep. Councillor Chase.
I'd like to second that motion, please, that $1,000 gets given to Cape Turnagain Golf.
It's got a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. If we move through to, if we move through to the Dennyvert Garden, if I can take that one, and can you confirm for me they did receive funding from the last funding at that last contestable fund?
No, they did not receive funding for the project that they've put forward. Yes.
So can you give me then the amount of funding that they did receive from the last funding round? And I guess I understand that it's project by project, but I just normally we would know what people have received, just so that there are some organisations that will always be valuable and they do get funded regularly. Councillor Ward.
So can I, on this matter then, Your Worship, can I clarify the column that says they've previously received 10,000 Ks towards the setup of the garden? Was that in the previous financial year? This group haven't been going that long. So which community garden got 10,000 K?
Through you, Your Worship, it was a different fund. It wasn't, it was I can't remember what fund it was, but it was a different
Department of Internal Affairs Fund, which assisted every community garden. Okay, that's the clarification. Thank you. Okay. Right. So the application or the recommendation there is $2,000 for that one. Okay, well, I am whittling down on the leave them to the sides. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. There was just one before that, which was Woodville Arton.
Just mixing them up so that the funds don't all go. That was all. Taking on board Councillor John's enthusiasm earlier. So Ruahine Maori Wardens, any comments on that? And can you just remind us how much we've got left again? 10? Thank you. Wonderful. That's awesome. Okay, Councillor Johns.
Maori Wardens, 3,000.
Quite high given what we've got left to consider.
It's less than half that they were looking for.
Okay. They've asked for 7. Okay. So Councillor Johns has put forward $3,000 for Māori Wardens. Does that have a seconder at that? Seconded Councillor Chase. Is there any further discussion? I guess for me, it's about just trying to distribute as much as we can and offer as much assistance as we can. So, for me, and they do a fantastic job in the community, as do others. But if we're just looking to spread those funds a little bit further, I probably would reduce that, maybe to the 1,500, 2,000, because I know that whatever we give will be just so gratefully received and utilised. Yeah, but it does have a mover and a seconder.
Turanga Marae, we on to?
Just dealing with the Ruahine Maori Wardens if we can. Councillor Chase.
Yes, through you, Mayor Tracy. How many more applications are we looking at? So that I can.
One.
We're
still going to do the golf course.
So we've got Ekirahona Golf Club, Dennyvert Community Board, Woodville Art and History, and Dannyvert Garden. So giving that total, that's 8,000 on the golf club. That is 2,500 to the community board, 3,200 to Woodville Art and History, and 2,000 to the garden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they're on the top of this page.
So just 1,500 for the marae?
Can we tidy up? Just one at a time. Can we tidy up Murray Wardens, please?
What have we got, Murray Wardens?
Murray Wardens. So
3,000.
Yeah, so we have 2,000. I've suggested that it's a fraction higher given what we've got left.
Yes. Am
Councillor
I able
Chase.
to redact my second motion to the 3,000 and go with the 2?
Okay.
Considering there's some other projects that actually need to be allocated some funds as well.
Thank you. Can I just...
Would you like me to move that?
No, I was just going to say who you moved it. Who seconded it? Okay, we'll just start that one. Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Chase is at $2,000 on Māori Wardens. Councillor Wallace, do you want to make a comment? Or
No, I want to talk after that.
Okay, I'm happy to second $2,000 to Māori Wardens. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Keep a running total. Right, your
Yeah,
comments now.
4,922.
Thank you. You're very quick.
1,500 for the marae?
Excuse me, Councillor Johns, I'm talking to the Mayor. I think the amount is bigger than that.
Yeah.
So could you please tell us the amount?
The amount left is 7,921.
7,000.
7,921 and 50 cents.
Okay, because
left. I've got 4,922.
What I'd like to know from your sentiments, what you said, Mayor Tracy, we're trying to spread this a bit more. I'm probably asking to back the bus up and look at some other those aspects that we have declined and spread it. I.e., you've got the Dannyvert Regent, you've got the community garden, no, sorry, that's gone. You've got the Woodville Art and History Society gone in there. You've got the Woodville Bowling Club in there, which received nothing. That's where I'd like to try and spread this salt, you know.
So as we went through those, Councillor Wallace, we went through those, talking about the recommendation. As each one went through, we signalled which ones that we wanted to reconsider, both funded and non-funded. So those ones weren't signalled by any one or two councillors, so the recommendation stood. And the ones that I've noted were the ones that we were having further discussions on.
But the point I make, we didn't have all that money then because we then changed the amount of money we took away from Lucas Knight.
Correct, but Councillor Wallace, some of these weren't funded at all either. The councillors needed to indicate at that stage if they were happy with the recommendation or not. So if there's a...
Yes, and I did indicate about the rugby club.
Pardon? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just get to them and we'll get to them in order. I know we're getting down on funds and tight. Right. That was the one that you declared and didn't have the declaration in, correct?
Sorry?
That was the application that you declared and then didn't have the declaration in for Dannyvert Sports?
I have no, I don't have a declaration of interest with him. I'm just a volunteer.
Right. Okay, so the ones that we've got left, councillors, are Ekatahona Golf Club, the Dannyvert Community Board, Woodville Art and History, Dannyvert Garden, Dannyvert Sports Club, and Te Ahua Marae. Now, of those that are left, they, by memory, and sorry, I haven't got my my iPad up with these applications in front of me, all of these ones were declined, so they were zeros, apart from Te Ahua Marae. So, if you're looking at spreading that further, do you want the Te Ahuatūranga Marae conversation, or do you want to spread this because they have been allocated something? Just have a think about that. $7,921.50. Yep. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Just quickly, you're talking about Te Ahuatūranga Marae. I'm just trying to find the application, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was 500 for Matariki, which is the recommendation. The rest of it, was that help with rates? I think we already set a bit of a precedent with water rates beforehand. I don't know where my comfort levels would sit when it comes to funding rates, so I am happy to move $500 for Te Ahuatūranga Marae for Matariki.
Thank you.
Yeah,
correct.
So we were going to discuss it. So we can just move past.
We were going to discuss it further. So that's been moved at 500. Do we have a seconder at 500? Councillor Johns, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So that one there doesn't alter the figure because it was already at $500. Right, moving down the list. So we've got, in no particular order, Woodville Art and History, $3,210. Councillor Gilmore.
Sorry, thank you very much, Your Worship. Definitely keen to be supporting Woodville Art and History. My understanding, I don't think that they received anything in the last round. Oh, they did? Could we do a check as to how much? I think that... Thank you.
They were granted $1,500 in the first round.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful. So with that in mind, I think we could look at around half in this one. So I'd be happy to move $1,500 for Woodville Art and History.
Okay. No. So that's been moved and seconded. The only comment that I would make is that the Woodville Art and History, they do a great service to the community, but there is also, I think, the use of that building, which is, also a consideration there. We've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Can you just let us know what that total is on that one? I can probably do it. And then we'll move to the, I think we'll have a conversation just around the Dennyville Community Board if we can. No, the Woodville Bowling Club was not there for reconsideration. It was around rates. Yeah. So the Dennyville Community Board, the recommendation was to give them $2,500. They've used $10,000 of their own funding. Their application was for $24,408, and the concern there was, did that give them half their project? What other funding opportunities have they got? And was $2,500 enough of a contribution? Any further consideration there, councillors? Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I'm mindful Councillor Erin is not able to speak on this, but Councillor Johns and I have had quite a bit of involvement with Woodville with the Flag Tracks project, so we're quite comfortable with it. I certainly would be comfortable increasing the funding through to the Dennyville Community Board. I think it isn't something that necessarily benefits the Dennyville Community Board. It's of benefit to the entire town, and I think they look fantastic. So I'm just trying to see how much money we had. But sorry.
Do we know what the total cost of the project is for the flag track system?
24,000.
That's what they're requesting, but what's the total?
That's cost of project.
So that's,
In the application, it sets out the total cost is 34,408. They've got $10,000 of their own funding they can put towards it. That's what they've got left in their funds for this year. So
Right.
they're seeking the balance.
so what other ones are we looking at?
Does anyone wish to re-look at that or leave it at the 2,500? They have been given something. Okay. There's no figures coming forward. We'll
Leave
leave
it
that. Okay. Councillor Wallace?
I'd be happy to take it up to 5,000. It's gonna, I mean, the new road's opening, Woodville's looking smart. They come along the road here, we'll have a couple of flags up in here.
Okay.
It's all part of the future.
Yep.
We're looking forward, aren't we?
Yep.
We're looking forward. And could you give us that clear figure again, please, with a
So
clear, loud voice?
7,921.50. If you give the Dannyburg Community Board $5,000, that leaves you $2,921 across the Eketahuna Golf Club for redistribution.
No. 6,422 we're left
Sorry.
with.
That's not what I make. Can you clarify that,
1,500
please?
off 7,922.
So we had 7,921.50, which was before.
So with the Dannyburg Community Board staying at $2,000, the amount we're looking at is $3,921.50.
Right.
So 3,921.50.
Is what we have left. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder on that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against.
So 3,921.50. From 7,900.
So we're at 3,921. The next one, please, if we can, Dannyburg Garden.
So I didn't hear you,
Dannyburg Garden have applied for 2,000, Community Garden, they applied for 6,000, we've said 2,000, was there any further discussion on that? We're happy to leave it at $2,000 and then that still gives you $3,921 to consider, so the Dannyburg Garden stands. Then you've got the Eketahuna Golf Club and Dannyburg Sports Centre with $3,921.50 left, and that makes everyone that I had on my list. So that is the amount you've got left between two applications for discussion. $3,921.50. Councillor Wallace?
I'd be happy to get money for the Dannyburg Sports Club Incorporated. What amount of money that there's only 2 to go is what we get? Is there only 2 to go? 2 to go? Well, I would happy to move 2,000 towards them.
Sorry, Councillor Wallace, you're moving 2,000
I'm moving 2,000.
for the Dannyburg Sports Club Incorporated. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. That leaves you a balance. Is it? It's $1,921.50. Okay, moved by Councillor Gilmore, seconded by Councillor Petty-Webber. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We are still streaming, we just can't see it.
We'll come back shortly.
The team are just double checking the calculations, then I'll take them over in a second for all of that. Because we didn't make the first. Okay. Right, just while they're doing that, in the report there's also a recommendation around future rounds. Carter, did you have that figure for us?
Thank you, Your Worship. So, having gone through round 1 and round 2, this is a really good opportunity to review the process, review the eligibility criteria, and just see how we can make it easier for the next rounds.
That'd be great. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. The system that we had prior to introducing this current system, I felt was easier to operate. It put the decisions back on the individual communities, and they know their communities best. And it's less cumbersome. And I think we should revert back to where we were before. Each of the community committees or community boards is given a certain amount of funds, and it's up to them to distribute. It's become far too bureaucratic and unnecessarily complicated.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Go Councillor Gilmore, then Councillor Wards.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I'm conscious I might get a whack from Councillor Wards in just a second, but with some caveats, I don't disagree with Councillor Johns. My original challenge with the funding that was given out was around accountability and consistency, and I think we had different community boards and different committees utilising those funds in a very, very different way. I think we should nail the process and the criteria and the rounds and how that works, but the decision makers, my preference would be that would go back to the local people and the local community boards or community committees. So the rounds would go out, they would have the applications allocated within their geographic area, same amount. They would have to be used for this purpose because that was a concern that I had prior. And then we trust our local community boards and community committees to weigh up the projects within their areas on a proportional basis and allocate the funds. I am really conscious and concerned about the amount of staff time, and I want to pay special thank you to the team that went through that. It is not an easy process to go through, and I think you did a fantastic job with it. I think we get the process right, and I think we hand them back to those committees, in my view.
Okay, I am waiting for Paul Councillor Ward's response, but with your mic
My
on.
recommendation was to revert back, but also to revert back to keep a sports fund or travelling fund, as we used to have, for whatever criteria, it's 500, 800 or whatever. But
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Councillor Wards.
I'm not going to whack you. I mean, I'll take this one on the chin because it was one of my suggestions that in order to tighten up on expenditure around this table, the officers had prepared us a very enlightening paper during this term around how much we were relying on people to follow guidelines, to follow criteria, and all I was observing in the second term of my council role was it was like a lolly scramble and Santa Claus. Now, I don't disagree that local people need to be involved in this process, but we are accountable for, there was almost $500,000 going out in grants. And what we have delivered in this process, I acknowledge it is very cumbersome and probably causes a few headaches for our staff. But what we've been trying to aim for here is accountability and transparency across the district. If we could find, I was more than happy to go with tightening up. I think we've learned the lesson. There have been decisions made during these 2 rounds that you kind of think, upon reflection, maybe we shouldn't have approved that. But that is around the criteria, and that is around holding whoever makes those decisions accountable for spending the money on what whoever the decision maker has agreed is spent on. So I'm not going to disagree that it shouldn't be done at a local level. I think some of the suggestions that have been put forward here by staff have allowed, with a southern and a northern ward councillor on the panel, at least you're going to get a bit of a debate, rather than 4 of them debating with the other 4. So, I was more than comfortable. We definitely need to tighten up the criteria. I thank Councillor Erina for reminding us, and Mayor Tracy, that those travel funds, they could open up huge cans of worms if we do not apply consistency across the district. So I think we've learned from this. I appreciate the thinking that's gone in from the team around, this is where we need to tighten up, team. This may well stop some of the argy-bargy that goes on around this table. I value the recommendation that you've popped in a Southern Ward councillor and Northern Ward councillor. Whoever gets to do paper, scissors, rock on that one, good luck. But I think that may go some way to addressing. I think she's got the message, Steve.
I don't know. That's all right, we get the answer.
I get the message. It may well go some way to addressing the concerns that Councillor Peter and Councillor Scott derive. This is a process. We knew it was going to be a suck and see to see how we could tighten up those principles. I'm more than comfortable. I think we've learned. I think all of us around this table thought, yeah, going back, we might change our mind on a few things, but I appreciate what you've done to get us to this. And I'm more than comfortable with the recommendations that the officers have placed here. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Councillor Wards. Just to note, if someone is talking, normally I have my full attention to the person that is talking, and then I'll look to see who else would like to make a comment. Councillor Wallace, then Councillor Peter Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, nothing intent there, Councillor Wards. On this, I think I think we've made a good change for the future. Where we're heading, a little bit of trimming, like i.e. who's had it in one round, who hasn't had it around, that type of information. We can only make decisions on information that's given to us. And I would gladly move towards option 3 in your recommendation.
Come back to that because I don't have an option 3. Oh, okay, sorry. Right. I'll just go to Councillor Peter Weber before we go into that, because I've got one comment too.
I just wanted to check, so Sharon, you're moving option 1? Is that what you...
I haven't moved anything.
Oh, you haven't moved
yet, but I would support the concept that we involve a southern and a northern, because that's in some way addressing what the concerns that Councillor Peter and Scott have alluded to.
I wish to move option 1.
I just make one comment around that, and look, I don't disagree, but I just wondered whether there was any opportunity of bringing in the chairs of the community boards and the community committees as well, whether that was an option as part of that panel, and that involves that little bit of local. And that's okay, that's okay, I just thought I'd put that in there. That's absolutely fine. And I'll just go to Brian on some operational aspects of this. The other comment that I would make in this process, and I understand why we did it, and and that accountability, but I've also seen a greater number of applications, widespread for all sorts of projects that have come out. So it's made it, it's highlighted that the funding's there. It's made it a fair process. People have put some deep thought, and it's come out with some great projects that we didn't have before. So, but I do understand, it has been a lot of work and a lot of conversation for that amount of money. Brian.
Thank you, Worship. Just to add that the options here didn't include reverting back to the other way because it was a consultation item through the LTP, so we did consult on the contestable fund and made a decision based on that. So effectively we would have to look at potentially consulting again to revert back to how we were. So you are in a lot of ways stuck with the options that are put in front of you. Thank you.
Councillor Johns, before we take the...
I hear what you're saying, Brian, but maybe 3 people saw that part of the consultation process and commented on it at the time. It wasn't a big thing. I'm very much of the opinion that I've said it often enough, we should devolve decision making as much as possible. That's where you get the best decisions made. And to take it away from our community committees and community boards is going the other way. I think we should just revert to what we had before, and as long as we have a travel fund set up beside that, and that's run but through council.
The Chief Executive just explained why that's not possible. Apologies. Councillor Chase.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. Before we go to some of the options, can we, because during this whole process, we've always checked to see did they get any money from the last round. Maybe it should be something that is put in the form that if you receive funding from the last round, you may not be considered for the next round. Maybe you've got one opportunity to do it within the whole year. I don't know if that's something we want to do, because considering we have been saying, did they get any money in the last round? Well, then maybe we shouldn't give them any. But I think it just needs to be a bit more transparent in the applications as well. If we are going to decide about the travel funds, this is the amount that we were looking at between this and this for overseas. So just having some clarity in our applications may help as well. It may even help us with our decision making that they are applying for that.
Thank you. Carter.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's going to come down to the criteria, eligibility criteria, which we need to talk about. So if one of our conditions is to have one funding round per financial year, that's great. We can make those changes. The conversation that went this afternoon around they got money in the first round and they shouldn't in the second round, it's because it was the exact same project. It was not a new project, and that's why we felt that there's nothing new.
Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. Through you, thank you to Brian for providing that context, so something that we can perhaps look at for the next LTP. On that basis, and I just have a couple of suggestions if that's okay. I will support option 1 that Councillor Erina said that should be moving. I think that that's preferable, that we can actually empower a panel to make the decision. So actually sit there, go through it and make the decision. What I'd also, as a suggestion, would like to suggest is task that, so we can form that group, task that group with, because it'll be a smaller group, with sitting down, working out criteria. That criteria can come back to us all, but instead of us all sitting around a really big table trying to thrash that out and argue it, let's empower that panel to come up with that and then provide that to us and then make the recommendation. So having representation with the mayor, the multi-ward councillor, and one from north and one from south, I think at least gives us that proportionality. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. Can I just check, Councillor Peter Webber, you are happy to remove the recommendation 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 and 1.5 with option 1? Yeah, sorry, that's receiving the report, Titahu or Rangatani Limited not awarded the funding, the allocation of the amounts that we've given, that the eligibility criteria be left to the mayor, the Māori Ward Councillor, Southern Ward Councillor, Northern Ward Councillor, to bring back to a future council meeting, and then to adopt option 1 for the assessment.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I wish to move that.
Right. So, I think Councillor Gilmore had seconded. You happy with that? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. No. Okay. Would you like your votes recorded? Against, so Councillor Long, Councillor Wallace and Councillor Johns. Thank you. The motion's passed. The most patient man in the world, item 10.3, the urban enhancement strategy. And can I just, I'm just going to adjourn for 2 minutes if I can, councillors. Thank you. Yep, okay, right. Thank you, councillors. What I was just checking is, given the significance of the conversations and the length today, the item 10.5 and 10.6, I might let those lie on the table and bring them to the council meeting on the 11th of June and advertise that as such. Okay. Sorry, that is the Finance and Performance Management Report and the third quarter performance report, and just moving those to the 11th of June meeting. Given that the time is nearly 4 o'clock. If you're comfortable with that, if not, let me know.
You'll still do every
Yeah,
other item.
yeah. Yes. You're comfortable with that, Councillor Woods?
So we won't do finance management?
We'll do those on the 11th of June. I'll let them lie on the table. Yep. No, 11th of June. Yeah, so we'll just pass over those and get a bit of time. Okay, Carter, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I had planned for Shannon to be here, but he had to leave, unfortunately. What I'm presenting today, what we meant to present together, was the Urban Enhancement Strategy, the final drafts. So you have been through the first drafts of the, it was called the Urban Design Strategy. And so today really is just around getting your agreement to go for public engagement, not consultation, just engagement. So that is to just go out to the public and engage with the public and get some feedback on the final drafts of the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Does anyone have any questions for Carter? Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions and some comments. First of all, what do we hope to achieve from this document? And the reason why I ask is I'm very mindful of the amount of engagement that we send out to people. I'm very mindful of how much engagement we had in developing this plan. I'll make some comments about content shortly, but first of all, yeah, what are we hoping to achieve from it?
Through your worship. What we're trying to achieve is actually we've got a document and we're wanting feedback from the public so that we can look towards adopting it as a strategy for the future.
Your worship, if perhaps I can provide a bit more clarity, what do we hope, apart from adopting it, what do we hope that the outcomes or the benefits for the people of our district will be after it's been adopted?
Through your worship, what we're trying to achieve is urban design enhancements for our town centres throughout the district. It's to be used as a long-term strategy. Like we've always said, it's not for the short term in terms of an LTP, but then it can be used also by those communities and those town centres to help upgrade in the future and look for funding opportunities that aren't necessarily through council, because that will line up with their community plans as well. So it's like a tool.
Thanks for that, Amy. Could I ask how much this report cost to produce? Roughly.
Through you, your worship. The budget was through the Better Off funding, and that was allocated around 70,000 for the total project.
Thanks very much, your worship. Do you mind if I make a few comments? Thanks for the work that's gone into it for a start. As you'll be aware, I wasn't super keen for this to go ahead, and when I received this, I was looking at the value for money side of it. When the report came through, a lot of the recommendations appeared to me to be quite generic and quite similar across towns, but a lot of them were things that are not within our control in council. So things like earthquake-prone buildings, which I know that we have a challenge with, painting buildings and colour palettes, and also things like moving state highways in Pahiatua. I did note in the report that it had a population for Woodville at 4,000 people. I know it's an aspirational document, but if we can just have a look if it does go out, for that to be looked at. I have a concern with this going back out to the public. I do think there are some good things within the document, by the way, but where I think it'll have the most benefit now it's been completed is for us to have and the planning team to have, and then for it to be socialised directly with our community boards and community committees to see how they may be able to take some of these ideas and run with them, noting that in some cases they already have done that. Pahiatua, as an example, has branding and logos and other pieces. And a lot of those sort of things that I see that could be tangible things are really things that will be driven by those community boards and community committees. I am quite concerned about the amount that we are putting out to ratepayers as consultation or engagement. And what I don't want us to do is to burn their goodwill of looking at stuff or saying comment on this and comment on that, which may stop them commenting on the bigger stuff. So, so thank you for producing it. Yeah, I think it's clear where I sit, but I won't be supporting sending that out for public feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Franklin, then Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sorry, but I'm of the same mind as Scott. I was actually really disappointed when I read the connection in place on the Pahiatua one. It seemed to me that whoever wrote this hasn't actually been and had a look at what's already there, because it's a duplication of what we've already got. You know, allowing for parallel parking on the eastern side but have two-way carriageway, the road's not wide enough to do that. We have those in place where the pedestrian crossings go out into gardens so that the traffic is slowed down right the way down the main street. The only things that ever seem to speed through are motorbikes. I just feel that the amount of money that was spent doing what's already being suggested in here, NZTA would never allow that to become a two-lane either side of the garden. It's not wide enough. You wouldn't be able to park any cars on the side of the road. Graham went and measured it last night. It would be impossible. But all of those slowing down of the traffic things have already been done. Safe pedestrian crossings, we've got 4 pedestrian crossings through the middle of the main shopping centre part of town. The traffic calming was what I was thinking of. Retaining sight lines between eastern and western side, we did all of that by taking out all of the big shrubs and putting in all low growth amongst big tall trees. They mentioned trees of different heights. We've got probably every native tree imaginable already in those gardens. I just felt when I read it, I felt like this person who wrote this, and I don't know who it was, didn't actually go and have a look to see what was already there before telling us what we needed. And that really concerned me. So I don't feel very comfortable with the draft going out to the public at this point. Thank you.
Go to Brian for a comment before I come to you, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Worship. And I think, Councillor Franklin, that's great feedback. And I think that's the whole point of getting feedback, is to, you know, those people that are in the communities could identify that, and then that's when the document can be refined, so yourself or Graham or anyone else can actually highlight the feedback or any concerns you see with the document. And I think if we always had the perfect document at this stage, we'll just stamp it and move on. What we're saying is, look, and I think if you don't want us to talk to the community about it and only have the boards and yourselves provide feedback, that's fine, but there may be other people in your community that love it. But if they don't, let's let them talk to us about it and let them say, look, good idea, good concepts, but you'll never be able to have that road here because of blah, blah, blah. You could, you know, maybe in the future as things grow that the gardens aren't that wide, you know what I mean? So there's always potentials to change things beyond the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Some of the councils that have got the best planning have urban design. It's not a new concept. It's a concept that's been around for a long, long time. Good planning includes good urban design as well. So I guess my point is that I've read some things in there as well and had the same reaction, but it's about saying actually the community needs to feel part of this. Whether they love it or hate it, let them tell us which parts they love and which parts they hate. And that's what community consultation, or as we're saying, feedback, is all about.
Thank you, Worship. I absolutely understand that, don't get me wrong, but we went through all of that public consultation when we did all of this in the first place. We had endless consultation meetings in the main street of Pahiatua. I know when this was first mooted at Explore Pahiatua, they were quite aghast because that was a massively expensive. We worked with Bofema School. We had the top of the range designers who did the whole thing, working in conjunction with the NZTA, who have already told us we can't have any more pedestrian crossings because they've tried for one down in the next block down from the main centre block, because the children from Pahiatua School haven't got a pedestrian crossing to go across when they cross Mangahau Road at that intersection. So, and they said no, because you've already got 3 in that centre garden. So that's what I'm just trying to say, Brian, and I respect what you're saying, but to me it's like reinventing the wheel too soon. And if we go, I believe if we took this out to the Pahiatua community now, they'd say, Who's paying for this and why are we doing it? That's how, I'm just being honest.
I'll let Brian respond, then I've got Councillor Johns, and I'll give some feedback just around Ekirahona as well, if Councillor Wards.
Yeah, through your worship, I hear what you're saying, Councillor Franklin, and there was a process that went for the upgrades and they designed it as a project. We'll start here and we'll finish here. This is not a project-based sort of design. It's a strategy that you look beyond the project. So there might be one little project, there might be multiple, there could be a big one. It's really up to the community on terms of what and how they want to roll it out. So it's not to, and there was great work done there, and I think the feedback you were talking about is around the design of that was when you had all those meetings. So this isn't to take any of that away. It might be 20 years before anything happens in Paetua. So there's no intentions that we'll roll this out, next year for Paetua. Probably going by the feedback, it would be the last town maybe that you start looking at based on it because they have investment. But it's not going to hurt having something there should something pop up in the future.
Just talk about going out and getting people's feedback on this now. I just know what the reaction will be.
And there's new people in Paetua.
Thanks. I'll just go to Councillor Johns, and then Amy, you've got a piece of feedback before Councillor Wards.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Yeah, I had similar feelings to Scott and Alison. And I realised it was all part of the package for the Better Off Fund that we got. So we had to proceed and get it done. It's largely superfluous, really. However, it does open it up for people in the various towns to give thought to how they'd like to see the town or have it remain or change, whatever the case may be. And as long as it's available at service centres or libraries or whatever for people to comment on, that's great. I know in the case of Woodville, most of the things that's either been done or has been considered over the years. But I think it's good, but that's all we should receive the document, see the report, and make it available to the communities.
Thanks, Councillor Johns. Amy.
Hi, thank you, Your Worship. I think what we've got to remember is that the urban growth strategy sort of showed where we were going for the next 30 years. And this is an offshoot of that urban growth strategy. So what we're looking at is incorporating urban design principles into our town centres in the long-term future. Yes, we appreciate that the urban upgrade has happened in Pahiatua, but that's not to say that you aren't going to have changes in your town centre over that next 30-year time period with the changes that are coming in terms of rezonings and growth. So that's what it's a reflection of. I also would like to say that we can't adopt a strategy without having some kind of engagement with our community on that. And that's just like we did with the urban growth strategy. We did a feedback session. So, and it's important to have that consultation or engagement with those communities.
Thanks, Amy. I'll just go Councillor Johns, then Councillor Wards.
You go first. All I was going to do is move the recommendation.
No, we'll just hold. I did have you to come back to for that, so I'll note that. Councillor Ward.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tracy. For me, this is a visionary document that was always going to be part of the tools in our toolkit that would allow, once we'd signed off on the growth strategy, to allow some of the values and the sense of where that growth might end up and what it might look like. So it's a very visionary, high-level strategic document. I didn't get hung up in the fact that we've probably done some of it there. We wouldn't do it this way there. But this is a long-lasting, this isn't a snapshot of where we are now. This is providing us with some of the values and principles around what we might do. just a reminder, a number of our small communities have these community plans that. So whether or not, and I'm going to be challenging on this one, Amy, because I was wondering, can we actually adopt it without engaging? Can we take what we have, knowing that that's a snapshot of a little bit of current, but also allowing ongoing discussion into the future when we do? My biggest concern with this presentation now and the request for engagement is the timing of it. There's so much going on that I think, that are distracting our communities. And I'm just very mindful, there's some really cool stuff in this. And the last thing I would like to have happen, given all the work that's gone into it, is that we do go out to the communities like we did with the growth strategy. We're getting questions like, how can we afford to do anything like what can we actually adopt the paper as it's written without doing that engagement phase?
Through you, Your Worship. I wouldn't really recommend it. It's a strategy for the community, for community-led projects. We're not really, it is not for council. So I think I would strongly recommend getting the feedback from the community, because it is a community it's a document for the community. So if we adopt it without talking to the community, we're doing it on their behalf, which, yeah, I don't know whether that's right or wrong.
I appreciate we've got to get it across the line. And there is a lot of value in this, but whether or not it's the right time to have that tool in our toolkit, or whether or not in 18 months' time or 3 years' time we go, ooh, let's look at how we might develop this particular area of the district and look at what were some of those dreams we had urban development-wise, then pull it out and go, ooh, that was a good idea. Just putting it out there. I mean, I think we need to adopt it. I'm debating, do we really need to do it right at this time?
I'll just pass to Brian for a comment on that.
Thank you, Worship. They're all good points, and I sort of feel inclined to favour that way as well. But I think it's sort of going to what Councillor John said, is having it available and have the opportunity to provide feedback rather than shoving it in people's faces might be a bit more of a sort of a medium tactic. I think if we look at our strategy program as well, in my mind, this is probably the last strategy of a quite an intense strategic or strategy program we've run over the last 4 or 5 years. So it might be the last one that they see for some times, and it will be about updating, upgrading, and maybe the changing world, something else happens. But I think to have this and then the district plan review completed, we've got all our ducks in a row finally. And one thing Carter's been working on, they'll bring it back here at some other date, is actually our whole strategic framework on a page. And it's actually quite impressive when you go actually from a blank page to where we have now is actually quite the journey. So it has been a full-on, I agree, a full-on 4 or 5 years of strategies, bylaws, policies, and we're all tired from reading them, I think, including the community, but this is getting close to be the end of a whole heap of consultation on planning, other than your normal annual plan and long-term plans, and that will have to continue. But our ducks, like you said, our ducks are in a row.
Thanks, Brian. Councillor Chase.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tracy. I hear what everyone is saying, but I kind of see this as more as a tool that is going to be part of our strategic plan with our urban design. So I don't see it as something that we are actually going to do, but there is the possibility of being able to do when some project comes up that we might want to do. We've already got an urban enhancement strategy there, and right now we can't get the third crossing across the main road in Poitua, but maybe You never know, with all the different changes that these governments seem to be doing, we might just get it tomorrow or next year. But we've got the strategy to say, yes, we can do it. So I understand that we are overloading our ratepayers with all this information, but, they want us to be transparent and they want us to share everything that we seem to be making decisions on. So let's give it to them, and they either choose to read it or they choose not to read it. That's where I sit.
Thanks, Councillor Chase. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Naima, and if there's any funding that government decide to throw our way, we've got the strategy to quickly apply for it. This was taken to all towns, wasn't it, for urban enhancements? Yeah, I remember going to the Denver one. I just want to make sure that it was done in every town. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Sutherland.
Yes, I'm kind of agreeing with Naima too. Thanks, me Tracy. I remember when we started talking about urban enhancement, the idea of it is to stimulate discussion, and it's going to get some of the things that have been done, which is going to stir people up, but I don't think I know we're all perhaps consultation weary, for sure, but it's the finishing bit, and it'll sit there, and it's not necessarily our document, it's the community's really. But I do know way back, some years back, the council didn't have anything. And I know we got the local community, we had a few meetings, and we started working out these things ourselves. And Dannybeck, we worked out painting buildings and what we should do with empty buildings and some ideas about, but that kind of died off because there just wasn't enough drive in Dannybeck. But I think having a document that might stimulate something like that again is probably a good thing. How we go out and consult, I think that might be another discussion, but I don't think we should just throw it in the drawer, quite frankly.
Thanks, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Gilmore.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. It'll just be my last quick comment on it. No, I definitely respect everyone's views on that, even if I don't fully agree with all of them. Councillor Sutherland just mentioned, that we don't want it just sitting in a drawer. I think that's likely where it probably will sit, regardless of whether it goes through consultation. A number of other strategies were talked about, and the council, I think, the start of this term and the end of last term had delivered and developed a number of them, and we've had some discussions about the fact that some of them have had to sit in a drawer because we haven't had funding or other pieces. When I look at this in particular, I can't see it as a huge tool to be supporting funding applications because of the detail in it. I think it's great to be stimulating thought and discussion, but even if funding becomes available, I'm not sure it will be as useful as what's been talked about. But my concerns remain.
Thanks, Councillor Gilmore. I think the reflection that I had comes really from being involved in the Ikitahuna town upgrade, and I understand each town's at a different stage in each upgrade. Some of them are getting very old, and with Dennyburg and with Woodville. What I read in the document was quite different to the heavy consultation, and look, we were very proud, that won the community board's consultation and the way that the community was involved in that. But what I read was really different to what was there. But then I had to sort of stop and reflect, that was a decade ago. When I looked at some of it, I can see the people of Ikitahuna being really proud and being behind, some of the yellow and black flags and things like that, versus the Corten steel and the whole sort of values and principles that we went through with that town upgrade. So I can certainly see them having some good debate and conversations. But if I think of like the Dennyvert Community Board, if that went through, if that went through, some of the things that they might consider working on, going forward, they might actually sit back and reflect and say, well, look, this is the community, this is what the community want. Maybe we pick something out and work with it from there. So I think different towns are at different stages, and I think this is a really long-term thing. I think that you will get different engagement because Pahiatua has been so recent. But then in saying that, Pahiatua went through that conversation. I can remember it clearly with the pedestrian crossings, and that was changed. And now that's become apparent that they want something different. But I totally see the point with Pahiatua, because when I read some of that, I can see it all already there. But and our communities are changing when you look at some of the census data and the new people and bits like that. So I just thought I had to sit back and reflect myself, because when I read it, I thought that was totally opposite. But I sort of, time passes. So I am quite keen to hear what the community think, but I do also feel they've had a lot on, and what sort of engagement we get. But I think the engagement and the input will vary from communities depending where they're at as well. So that would be the comment that I've made. Councillor Johns. Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wallace. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Would you like that recorded? Councillor Franklin and Councillor Gilmore recorded against. Thank you. Right, councillors, just a little bit of an update. Ellie's let me know that the 4th of June, after the annual plan deliberations, we actually have some room in that agenda to bring back those 2 finance reports, which is a week earlier, Councillor Wards. On the 4th of June, we'll have items 10.5 and 10.6, the finance and performance reports, come back to that meeting there, just to move us forward. Right, thanks, Amy. Right, item 10.4, we have been looking forward to this. The Regulatory Services Report, page 150. Plenty of questions, councillors. Welcome, Jim.
Good morning, councillors.
Good morning.
This is just the usual update for the regulatory services from the 1st of February, 3 months through to the 30th of April. Can be taken as read in the main, except for item or clause 8.3, where there was a software glitch, because I can assure you I entered the numbers, but they've disappeared out of the table, depending on what you're viewing the report on. So that will refer to the abandoned vehicles, which is actually 31, and the noise complaints, which is 300, both of which are substantially down from tallies from last year. And I'm hoping that the abandoned vehicles, the reason for that is the increased comms we've put out there about the dumping of cars, and our covert cameras placed in strategic places of risk around the district. So it is quite likely you will be captured if you decide to leave a vehicle in a reserve. But I'm not going to say which reserves. Right.
Sorry, you've... Okay. Thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
Right. Congratulations on the building accreditation.
Oh, thank you.
Very congratulations. It's fantastic. Okay, does anyone have, if that's all you've got to highlight, Jim?
Yes,
yep.
Thanks. Yep.
Okay. That was my first comment. I guess for me, when I was having a look at this, just around the building consents and the number of work, we talk about growth, but we've seen a real decline in that. And I guess part of it, when I was having a look at that, for some of our contractors and suppliers within the district, you can see that that dollar value reflected in the community as well. So, and I guess my question to Brian is, you're obviously monitoring that around, the workload levels and bits, yeah.
Yeah. Through your worship, I think things are starting to slightly pick up in that space. We're certainly seeing a lot more limbs coming through, so that's always a good sign that there's a bit of building movement happening and purchasing and whatnot. And interest rates dropped again today, so it's slow, but it is picking up.
Great work on the the dog registrations as well. It's top effort there. I've just made a note on the reported dog attacks. We could often get people say that doesn't happen in the rural areas, but actually we're seeing that quite clearly reflected in those numbers. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. No, thanks both of you for the report. I noticed with regard to the district plan that you're still working with Horizons on flood mapping. That's been going on for some time now. Is there any, have we advanced at all in that regard?
We are still progressing those conversations. We have a meeting booked on I think it's the 9th of June. It's trying to get the right people with the right delegations within Horizons so that we can get some agreement. I think we've got it, but we're still working through with Peter Wimsett, John Roygard, Sarah Carswell, and just trying to get everyone in the room, which is quite difficult because I think Horizons they are under the pump as well with their workload. So Peter and I have been having conversations building up to this. So I think we're heading in the right direction, but until we get confirmation from them, we can't really. We'll just have to wait.
Thanks, Emily. The other question, why do we need to commission some experts to provide reports on the zone changes in highly productive land? I mean, we all know it's highly productive, but it's all in 5 acre blocks and it's not therefore non-productive anyway. Why do we have to pay presumably exorbitant amounts of money to get experts to tell us what we know?
This was a result of our legal review, which we had that councillor workshop with you guys, where we basically said that, Cooper Rapley identified that without these key pieces of evidence to get across the national policy statement for highly productive land and to rezone both highly productive land into residential and highly productive land into lifestyle, that we needed to get supporting evidence. So that's where we have gone out to get economic soil experts and agronomists to support the work. That isn't exorbitant, and we are utilising the Better Off funding as well to help support that, if Brian agrees to that, because we've got a contingency.
There's always going to be a separate check to that.
Councillor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to ask the same question as Councillor Johns, but I understood that we did need to prove that we had evidence to show we'd done that, so appreciate that. James, can I please just take you back up to the illicit dumping? I'm pleased that, we're taking some more measures around the remote cameras, etc., etc. And I asked you this offline, but I think for the purposes of transparency. I was curious to understand, given all the effort we're putting into recording the illicit dumping, are we actually starting to get some payback? And that's why I'm assuming 8.1 and 8.2 are linked. Is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, they are. It's, we call it illicit dumping because that's what it is, but the infringements are issued under the Litter Act. So that's why we've specifically called them litter infringements, and we've issued 3 $400 infringements recently, and in a couple of other cases, we've accepted some rather dodgy explanations as to why the dumping occurred due to house shifting, but they have managed to pay our clean-up fees.
Fantastic. Good.
Councillor Sutherland.
Thanks, Mayor Tracy. Thanks for the report, Jim. It's always interesting reading the regulatory report, but I was just reflecting. I remember when 4 years ago, because the new road's due to open very shortly, but we were in a frenzy of concern about growth and putting aside money and all sorts of things, especially at Woodville and everywhere else. It's just amazing how quick the world turns, isn't it? Growth just collapsed really in 18 months. You know, you look at the dwellings and the building consents, it's just amazing really. You know, we did 1,670 inspections in 22-23 with 664. It's just incredible really, but the better signs, there is a signs of lifting again. There's been a real lift in sales and stuff, so that's quite good news. So let's hopefully we're back there, and some of this you can see reflected in the financial reports, which we won't have. You can see, you see the estimates, some of the areas that with the staff have tried to quantify incomes have just disappeared, haven't they, and the building areas. So it is, you just try to do long-term plans and things. Sometimes you think you've got the world in front of you and then it's gone a couple of years later before it comes back. The other thing, Jim, that surprised me, I just hadn't noticed that as we were doing our alcohol stuff, but there's a real significant drop-off in alcohol licensing, isn't there, in numbers, and I hadn't noticed that during our hearings and stuff, but that number is quite surprising, actually, isn't it? It's significant. It's hard.
Through your worship, there is a reason for that in the main, and that is that they're on that 3-year cycle. So every so often, everybody expires at that time, and then so manager certificates and licenses are issued for 3 years, and this is their very first.
Oh, I see that
issuing. So yeah,
I see 3 years back.
A good guide to the specials. Yeah. Really, you can see.
Yeah. 21, 22, same thing.
Yeah.
Answered. Thanks, Joe. Keep drinking. I was getting very concerned about things. Pub will stay open, thank God, Joe.
Are there any further questions for Jim? If not, the recommendations on page 105. Can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Ward. Seconded to Councillor Wallace. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much, Jim, for your patience and Amy today, and I'll convey my apologies to Shannon. Right, sorry, councillors, the next item is just one outlining the Chief Executive recruitment process. Thanks, Sandy.
Kia ora, Your Worship and councillors. I will just take this report as read and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thanks, Sandy. Does anyone have any questions? I think this is partly for just so everybody understands the process and also the public. Councillor Petty-Weber.
Thank you, Mayor Tracy. I think, like I read this paper, Sandy, and I think the one thing that the public may not know is the interim CE, how that works. It's probably just missing that. And is it appropriate for you just to explain how that works?
So we've got a little bit of a memo that we can go into after that. The interim chief executive's role can be advertised or not. So I do have the first proposal there through for that to discuss it after. Yeah, but we can look to communicate that out. Yeah. Okay. Are there any further questions on that? If not, we'll take that report and the recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Sutherland. Seconded to Councillor Johns. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Right, and then the final one on the agenda, the request for information under the Local Government Official Information Act. Ellie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just take the report as read, but happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Are there any questions from that? That's always worthwhile reading those, councillors. No, and I think there's been a few more big ones answered. Happy to move. Okay, moved Councillor Johns, seconded Councillor Long. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I don't have any correspondence, and rather than go through portfolio reports, I think Councillor Wards, you've got one that you wish to share. Can we have that? Thank you. Yep.
I promise. Time me. I just wanted to thank you, Your Worship, because a number of you knew that I had the privilege of representing Tararua District Council at a recent, what used to be called the Rural Health Network Conference, but lately the organisation goes under the name of Hauora Tai Whenua, but everyone still calls it the Rural Health Conference, and that was the first weekend in May. It was the biggest one they've ever had, and this conference has probably been running for at least 20 years. So they had 540 delegates across a huge range of sectors. Clearly, obviously, lots of clinical professionals, but the range and depth of representation was quite wide. There was a couple of standouts for me. There was a presentation from Matt Doozy. Some of us have met with him within the last couple of months, and he didn't tell us anything we didn't already know. At that stage they were hinting at budget changes, but unfortunately he left, and the presentation following him was from a gentleman called Clayton Irving, who reminded us of the health outcomes for our vulnerable communities, one of which is now the rural communities. We've managed to get them defined as a vulnerable community in New Zealand. So there was quite a long presentation on equity. The principles of, for instance, getting it right for Māori means we get it right for everyone was still a consistent theme in his presentation. That clearly hasn't been achieved, and there were some very sobering statistics that he presented all of us with. It's fair to say there was a diverse range of speakers, and you could choose, a whole range to ensure. I did a bit of a mix of what was happening in local spots versus the very wide-ranging strategic stuff. Dannyvert was very well represented. We had staff and leaders from Ngāti Kānunu there. We had Tararua Health Group staff in the room as well. There was representatives from our Iwi Māori Partnership Board, and you'd be keen to hear, Alison, that I understand a representative from there may be coming to present to us soon. There was also the Funding Commissioner from Mid Central, so I took it upon myself to have breakfast with him and our Deputy Chair of the Iwi Māori Partnership Board while I was down there to make sure that strategically some of our thinking was still on track. I was asked, because I used to attend this conference for probably 15 years, and it's been 5 years since I've been back in the room, and I was asked, what's the difference now from 5 years ago? The biggest difference for me was the technology. When we first started, telehealth wasn't even talked about. Now you're able to get a piece of equipment that big that can do an ECG on you by putting your fingers on it and putting it near your toe. That's enough to earth it. It records an ECG, it sends it to somewhere else. Spark are promoting a piece of technology, you put your hands in and it does just about everything. So what they call point of care testing has just gone wild, which means for rural communities that allows us access through the technology to spots and to tests that we would have had to travel to Palmerston North traditionally for. So there's some huge advances in technology. The same principles and the same challenges are still there. We've just got different faces that are now advocating. Potentially younger, there was some more mature ones that were still in the room that I could remember, but there's a lot of new faces in the room, and so the challenges are still the same, but people are thinking of more innovative ways of tackling them. What I did want to reflect on with all of you, though, is the potential for local government to have an influence here. TDC was one of the original members of the Hauora Tai Whenua network. There are still only 6 councils that are members of that. So the potential for local government, even though central government tells us we don't get involved in wellbeing, I think it's recognised through all of the discussions and the papers that I heard that any networking collaboration from anyone within a rural community has to be a key principle for us. And so I at every opportunity, I stood up and asked the question, how can your council assist you in trying to resolve some of these challenges? We've got to be in the room. I'm a strong believer in that. We have some more initiatives coming up with Rural Fest, which unfortunately clashes with our LGNZ, but I just wanted to make the comment finally that membership to Hauora Tai Whenua is now really, really important. Tracy is a member, she sits on a couple of dials into committees. I sit on the Rural Communities Committee for that organisation. It's now actually quite a respected voice that government is sitting up and listening to from a political and a strategic level. So I want to thank all of you for encouraging and supporting TDC being present at that. There weren't many of us, but I'd like to think that next Rural Health Conference, the message has got around that councils need to get in their boots and all. So thank you for supporting me and watch this space.
Thanks, Councillor Wards, and we look forward to you attending Rural Fest as well. But it does make a difference, and I reflect back on our meeting with Minister Mark Patterson and the follow-up conversations that we've had, and then the government's budget announcements, which were huge for this area. So yeah, it is certainly well worth it, and if a community doesn't have access to health, it just doesn't have anything. Councillor Chase.
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor Tracy. When I attended the Rural and Provincial conference down in Wellington, a question was asked to all the rural councils, how many of the councils actually are being asked to have some input into the health system for their region, and 80% of all councils have put their hand up in the room. So it is actually becoming an issue for not just us, but many of the rural councils around New Zealand. So it has been noted. And it was the Rural Minister who asked that question, and he strongly knows that there is a need for support for rural in the health sector.
Thank you for that, Councillor Noma, because I think we're about to see a wave of interest come, and it's only been through, continued support from this council to be a member in that group. But I've encouraged the Hauora Tai Whenua board to think about this as an untapped advocate, And so I would strongly support us continuing our membership, and at every opportunity, which is what I did through the walls the other day when we were when submissions were happening here, was actually speaking to our neighbours in Wairarapa, the three councils, and advocating for membership of Hauora Tai Whenua to help turn the tide.
Thanks. Councillor Ward's, even there might be something further that we can do where we actually reach out directly to some of those councils, and if we put a letter together and send it to their mayors, just endorsing what that means, and making a formal request from another council saying actually this is where the weight goes. And Councillor Chase, after rural and provincial, they did talk about what are the issues that the rural and provincial sector should be focusing on, and we made sure that health was one that was there and that was supported. So that wave is coming. It's how do we strengthen Hauora Tai Whenua to that, because they do a great job. Yeah. So let me know if that's something that we could consider.
Thank you for that, Mayor Tracy. I think one of the overwhelming things I did hear was it's great to understand what Hauora Tai Whenua is about, but there's nothing like having Mayor Tracy jumping up and down at rural and provincial and advocating on behalf. Hauora Tai Whenua within that we would certainly appreciate that. I think the value is making sure we're finding a way to get into those different council meetings, and that's certainly what Grant Davidson, the CE, is trying to encourage, is let's get people in that room that know about this organisation and convince them you've got to be part of it. Thank you.
Great stuff, thank you. Councillors, the other parts for our meeting, I'll probably delay until that 4th of June because it has been a long day. If everyone's comfortable with that and there's nothing further that's urgent, I'll close us with our district whakataaki. That's a good, right. Let the winds of the Rohini and Tararua give you strength. Let the waters of the Manawatu nourish you. For we are the Pounamu of Te Tāpiri Nui o Whātonga. Thank you very much for a long day.